Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tardis Zone. This is what we have up and coming next week. All shows come back next week, but let's get this show on the road. It's nice to have you all. Here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tardis Zone live on a Thursday. Probably wondering why. Well, normally we do be on Rabbi's channel, and but we're taking a couple of weeks off, so decided to stream on this. I wake up today to some vile, disgusting accusations today. Twitter has really shown its true colours. And all I'll say on it is, because I'm not going to bring it up tonight, Revolution of the Whovian stream will be happening soon. And we will be discussing everything from Chris Chibnall to Jodie Whittaker, but also the fandom that support this era. Some of the behaviour by some of these people is absolutely vile. For the last couple of days, Rabbi has been attacked in what I would call anti-Semitic rhetoric that's been going on from certain channels out there. We've even had a big YouTuber, as they call them, pipe in and add his own opinions. Again, this guy seems to punch down, doesn't punch up. He goes after the YouTubers that he thinks are vulnerable. We'll be discussing that piece of shit as well at some stage during this stream. And we'll be exposing all of their stuff. We have been collecting evidence for the past few weeks. People might see, here's the thing. People think because I haven't reacted and I've stayed quiet about half of the stuff that's been going on that I've been idle. Well, I haven't been idle at all. We've been collecting all the evidence, and a lot of you will be disgusted by most of the stuff that we have received, and we found out where most of these trolls actually originate from. But the behavior today, I'll just fill you in what happened today. So I wake up to see a message from my good friend Eddie Ascaro. When I read the message, it's actually totally vile. So there's some woman on Twitter who's accusing myself and my wife of making up the whole thing that she was in hospital. Right? Then we have another person who's the bully of Starry-Eyed Girl say, well, I don't think it was fully faked. How do you not fully fake something, you moron? Right? For starters, for anybody that knows me, knows that we don't play games like that. My wife was in hospital. Actually, we put photographs up on my Twitter account anyway. Because you know what? Even Cheryl that night, even when she was in hospital, even said there'll be some people that won't believe you. So here's a few photographs. I threw them up that night, and even people were saying the night that I threw them, why are you throwing photographs up to prove that? But this is the type of behavior that we knew what was going to happen. We knew that someone out there would say something like that. And then, you know, see, it's all on this account, right? It's all on this thread from this account that claims that they're not bullies, claims that they're only trying to expose the behavior of the fandom, but not once did they actually do anything until only recently come out and say something about the whole situation and say it was vile. But these people are allowing these people to write on their threads and say these vile things. Now, if this account put up a video and they seem to be sincere, well, if you're that sincere, you'll start getting rid of these fucking toxic idiots that are spreading falsehoods, right? Spreading vile crap about my wife. Leave it out, right? So if you're this, you know, if you're policing the fandom like you think you are, well, you would call these idiots out, but you don't. You don't. You pick on Rabbi, you pick on me, and then we got another big YouTuber out there who keeps calling us a bunch of white supremacists and keeps calling Rabbi anti-Semitic, even though Rabbi, as you all know, is a Jew, right? And this guy is going around saying that Rabbi, this is how stupid this all is. But listen, we're not here to complain about all of that. As I said, I just wanted to bring it up. We will be highlighting all of this stuff because, to be quite honest with you, these people need to be called out. These people need to be exposed. These people are vile and have ruined the fandom. And now they're going around with their anti-Semitic crap. They're going around with their white supremacy crap. And, you know, they're getting away with it. They're getting away with it. Where is the BBC? Where is Emily Cook and all of those other people that are quick to jump on people that don't like this era? Why aren't you jumping on these people for the vile stuff they're saying about me, my wife, and others in this fandom? Where is? Where is our moral high ground? Our moral compass? You don't seem to have any when it comes to us. We seem to be fair game and anything can happen to us and our spouses. But if that happens to the other side, you will come out and get you our little hashtags all prepared, won't you? And defend that person. But when it comes to someone like me and my wife, we're not, what, because we have a different opinion about this era, what not. You just won't come to where any behavior like this is vile and should be called out no matter who it's happening to. But these people don't care. And then we have another YouTuber who keeps saying that they're going to shut up and not get involved and keep getting involved and mentions Rabbi. Why don't you shut your bloody mouth as well? All right, T. Yeah, shut your mouth. Nothing to do with you, right? And you clearly need to educate yourself what a bloody person, what an anti-Semite is, you idiots. Because Rabbi is so open about his faith and talks about it, these people think they can use it to attack him. And you know, here's the funny thing. Rabbi says some of the things on his streams, as we all know, to wind us all up and to wind others up out there, because he knows it winds them up, right? They keep going after him, saying that he wants to have relations with underage girls when he wasn't even talking about stuff like that, right? He was talking about a bloody character in an imaginary bloody character. You morons, open your bloody ears, open your eyes, and actually look at what people are bloody saying. Jesus Christ, I'm sick of this bloody fandom. Sick of them. They think that they can go around and listen. They've been getting away with it though, because none of the people that come out against us, like the Emily Cooks, like the Ben Cooks, like all of those other idiots, the Bet from the Time ladies, where are all them? Where are all them when my wife was rape shamed and attacked by these vile creatures? They were nowhere to be seen. They kept their mouths shut. But do you know what? It's quite disgusting that women who claim to be advocates for women and who fight for women's rights didn't say a thing. And don't tell me that they didn't know that this was going on, because they know everything that's going on in this fandom, right? They would have seen what was going on. Not one of them had the decency to come out and say this is wrong. And if one of them actually came out and said it was wrong, or the BBC came out and said something was wrong, right, that this behaviour was wrong, then do you know what'll happen? Do you know what'll happen? Then they'd be on the backtrack, wouldn't they? They'd be backtracking then, because they'd be scared shitless to find out, because people would report them then, the vile crap that they're coming out with, right? BBC needs to really say something, or one of these women that are supposed to be advocates to fight for women should be coming out and saying something. Imagine a woman saying that my wife faked it all. A woman. Is that acceptable now? Is this the behavior? Is this the behavior that we're going to tolerate? Because I'm being honest, after 3 years, let's be honest about it, I'm actually quite sick and tired of it all. And you know, with the latest drama that was happening, thanks be to God that has all settled down. But you can now have got these morons, right? These morons now want to keep it going, yeah? And they're saying all of these vile things, all the time, and they're getting away with it. They're attacking me, Rabbi, Lee. They're attacking anybody that they see is a problem in this fandom. And the only reason why we're a problem is because we highlight the bullshit that's going on with the show and the fandom. And they don't like it. They don't like it. Well, do you know what? As I said on Twitter, right, and I'm going to say it out straight, just because I've been idle doesn't mean that I haven't been doing stuff, right? We've been collecting evidence, and we've got a shitload of evidence right now. And here's the thing about it, right? I've even posted some of it up on Twitter, right? But here's the thing about it, right? Yes, our time is up in this fandom. We're going to clean up this fandom. We're going to expose you all, every single one of you. You're on a public platform anyway. So the fact that you are willing to write all this stuff up on a public platform, we're going to highlight it. We're going to show people the kind of vile, disgusting stuff that you all say, right? And this so-called woman, I had a run-in with her once, and I seen the way she behaved, and I blocked her straight away, right? This woman has had it in for me from day one, right? And then she comes out with this vile. But then Ginger Snap, as we all know, decides to pipe in and says, I don't think it's fully faked. I don't think it's fully faked. How do you not fully fake something, Ginger Snap? Seriously, come on, explain that one to me, you dumb fucking stupid cunt. Seriously, explain it. How can you pretend fake something? Or half fake something? Go on. Tell me, Ginger Snap. I'd be very intrigued. What explanation you come up with. So, if you're going to accuse me wife and me of faking the fact that she went to hospital and rape shame me wife, which is have been doing for the past couple of weeks, well then, you know, there comes a point where I have to say something. And I'm sorry, people will say, well, you should just ignore it. Listen for a minute. If it was one of you or wives or girlfriends, right, don't tell me for 1 second if someone was saying shit about your wife and girlfriend, right, and saying crap like that, horrible, vile shit, you wouldn't say that. And of course you would, right? And I'm sick and tired of this crap, right? Okay, again, one bit of drama is gone, right? Okay, and then these idiots then decide to start again because the drama hasn't kept up and they're disappointed. Get a life. If that's what you live for, there's something bloody wrong with you, to be honest. And you know what? I get accused all the time, even by people that I used to know. I get accused of wanting all of this drama and starting all this drama and having to have this drama. Well, you are totally wrong. I don't want any of this drama. You see, if you look at my channel the last couple of weeks, actually, you will see that I've been trying to move on and do things with other people and to do we did Star Wars and we're continuing Star Wars. Next month we have Star Trek. I'm moving on doing other things. I've been bringing other people onto the channel as well. We have a new show, right? That's what I want to focus on, right? But these people keep dragging my wife into it, right? It's different dragging me into it. I could take it 3 bloody years of this crap, right? But now they can't come after me after 3 years. They decide that my wife is an easy target. Well, well, you don't know me. You don't know the people that support me, and you certainly don't know my wife, right? You will not continue to do this. We have all of the evidence where these people originate from. I've got some very, very, very helpful friends. And there's a couple of people out there, I won't mention user names. There's a few of you on Twitter, there's a few of you on Messenger, and there's a few of you on Facebook that have been getting all of this evidence for me. I just want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much for exposing these people for who they are. I am just sick and tired of this rubbish, right? I want to do what I want to do, which is to do me Doctor Who videos, right? To do me Doctor Who streams, to do me other streams without any harassment. I don't care if you J-bots don't like what I have to say about Jodie Whittaker or this era. You need to grow up. Grow up. Yous have been praising this crap for the last 3 years, right? Have we been attacking you for praising this crap for the last 3 years? No, I would question your taste, of course, right? But to attack me, right? To attack me and my wife because I don't like Jodie Whittaker in the role and because I don't like the acting and I don't like the writing, you think that it's okay to go after my wife? No. That's not how it works in this fandom. People are entitled to their opinions, whether you like them or not, right? And there are plenty of people out there, as you know, especially the J-bots. I don't like most of their opinions, but I'm not going and attacking them all, right? Not my style. The only time I ever go after one of those little shits is when they actually directly quote me and then they attack me, right? And that's the way it's ever been. But apparently I'm not allowed to defend myself anymore because we've lost a few people that used to be here, you know. And again, I would say, you know, you're all very quick to judge and say that it's all my fault, you know, and that I brought it on myself, some of you have said. How have I brought it on myself? Because I've had a different opinion about a TV show for the last 3 years and I haven't compromised my opinions whatsoever. I know a lot of you decided to move away from the channel because of all the drama, which is fine, fair enough. I don't mind, yeah? I don't care. It doesn't bother me, right? But the fact is that, you know, some of you have come out with ridiculous statements and ridiculous videos and thinking that it's all my fault. I haven't, look at, if you think it's my fault, then you clearly don't know me, right? You clearly don't know me and you're talking out your arse, right? I don't start this drama. I don't have all of these sock accounts that everybody accuses me of. I just have different opinions about Doctor Who. And you know what? I'm even told, well, why'd you keep saying this 3 years and you're still complaining? Yeah, and I'll complain until this era is over. If you can't handle that, well, then you know what to do, don't you? Don't watch me videos. And anybody that follows me that doesn't like what I do with the channel or doesn't like how I run my channel, well, I'll say the same to you guys as well. And I know a lot of you don't mind the way I run my channel, but if there are some that do follow me that don't like the way I run my channel, well, then leave. It's no skin off my nose. This is not about subscribers either. So go. If you want to go, go. I don't want to hear you moaning anymore about what I do with my channel, right? I'm going to defend myself, and that's the end of it. And if you don't like it, jog on like the rest of them. I don't care anymore, right? I am sick of this rubbish happening all the time. And there's innocent people getting dragged into it as well, by the way. They're using other people's accounts to make us think that they're those people, and it's not even those people, right? So this is how dangerous this is getting, right? All because of a bloody TV show and because I have a different opinion. Right, I'm going to bring on a few guests. Why not? Because, and I see there's a few in the chat. I don't know who these guys are. Who won't leave you alone? Listen, if you have all I'll just say to the people that are in that I don't know that are coming into me chat right now, all I'll say to you guys is if you have any evidence that these people are bullying you, then go to the police. I want you to go to the police. It's the only way that it's going to be sorted. Go to the police, right? That's what my advice to you would be. go to the police. Long Lizard, go to the police. If he's scaring you, go to the police, right? Whoever's doing it to you, go to the police. It doesn't matter if they make fake accounts. They can track someone's IP address. It's as simple as that. I don't think half of these kids know that an IP address can be traced. Okay, so go to the police. I'm saying it again in front of everybody. If anybody from that side is targeting you, making you scared, making and threatening comments and sending you threatening photographs like heads decapitated, which I've been sent, right? Go to the police, right? I'm collecting all my evidence now and I'll be going to the Garda because I am not letting this go. Every single one of those people are going to pay for what they did and what they said. This fandom is going to be cleaned up once and for all. We're not tolerating this behavior, right? We got a responsibility in this fandom, right? As Doctor Who fans, right? To make sure that there's a certain level of respect and the fandom behaves itself a certain way. And right now, it's not behaving itself. And it goes for the Not My Doctor side as well. Their tactics are bang out of order as well, the way they go on, right? With their socket counts as well, right? It's both sides, right? But we get dragged in with the Not My Doctor side, right? And we're Not My Doctor. I supported that hashtag when it first came out, right? Like a lot of people did. Like a lot of us here actually did. And then what happened was then we seen the attacks on actors and actresses, right? But it wasn't our white actors and actresses. They start going after the people like Joe Martin, Sacha Dhawan, and other people like that, having a go at Lenny Henry and all of this rubbish, right? So when they started to do that, and then they stole another hashtag, we decided we weren't gonna, we were not gonna play with these guys because these guys are just as bad as the other side, right? I'm not saying all the people that support the hashtag Not My Doctor or Not My Doctor Who are all involved in this. But what I would say to you is this, right? I've said it last year and I'll say it again. I would not use those hashtags, right? I would not use those hashtags. You use that hashtag, you're going to be branded a Not My Doctor, racist, sexist, homophobe, transphobic, you name it, right? The hashtag that we use is hashtag RIP Doctor Who, or one of those other hashtags, but we certainly don't use any of those hashtags. And I'd advise people that are using those hashtags to not use them. You would find that you will be a lot better off not using them. Trust me, as soon as we stopped using those hashtags, we were doing okay until people decided to come after us and make it personal. And this is what's happened. They're making it personal now. It's not about the TV show anymore. It's not about me opinions anymore. This has become personal. They hate me, right? And I know that. Listen, there's a group on Facebook dedicated to hating me, right? People will tell you in the chat that follow me. I got kicked out of this group, by the way, 2 years ago. But they hate me, right? It's a hate group. It's absolutely like, you know, I've had people come after me and follow me all over every platform. If I'm on Twitter and block them, they'll follow me onto Facebook. I have to block them. I block them on Facebook. They can follow me on YouTube. But here's the thing. No point of having a block button on bleeding YouTube because you block them, they still pop up again anyway. It's ridiculous. I am just sick of all of this rubbish. We do not need this in the fandom. You look at people's mental health. We're in a lockdown, right? And I've seen it. I've seen it on the news. We've all seen it on the news. People's mental health is suffering right now, right? There are people committing suicide left, right, and center, right? They don't need social media adding to their hardship. And I don't think you guys that do all of this understand the implications of what you are doing. People's mental health is suffering. My wife's mental health suffered, right? It suffered so much she ended up taking panic attacks. And then they said if she hadn't went in, she would have took a heart attack. Now, there's someone in the chat that was with me after we'd finished their stream that night. They'd stayed on. I had a conversation with a couple of people because they were trying to calm me down. They were trying to tell me that everything be okay. And while they were there, I got a phone call off Cheryl and she was filling me in. I broke down. Listen, I don't care whether you think I did this, that, or the other, right? But when you accuse me wife of stuff like that, you don't know her. You really don't. And trust me, all the things that I'm accused of, I can tell you out straight now. If she thought for 1 second that I was doing any of that, right? Because my computer is open, my phone's open, then my wife can check anything. I'm an open book. We don't hide our phones, we don't hide our computers. We're not that private. We've been very open, right? If she thought for 1 second that I was behind all of that, trust me, she would not stay married to me. She'd divorce me because I'm at the putting her, because she's at the being put through all of that, and then it'd be my fault. You know what I mean? I wish people would understand from that point of view. People are suffering. And it's not just me and my wife, it's my friends as well, and other people that used to be friendly with me that have nothing to do with me anymore. And you know what? Some of them, some of them out there, it is heartbreaking that they don't come back into the chat, right? And it's heartbreaking that they don't want anything to do with me anymore. But that's the consequence that I've had to pay. And sometimes it is hard to deal with, because some of these people I class as, some of these people I class as very good friends, and they don't want that to do with me anymore. Because, when there's such a hatchet job done on you online for the last few months, people are going to start to believe some of the crap. Last week wasn't it? Last week or a week and a half ago, I pleaded with people in the fandom to stop. I said that we needed to move on because of people's mental health. And I don't think people in this fandom still get what I'm trying to say. How far does it actually have to go before one of these morons get the point? Does someone have to die? I'm a strong person. 3 years I've been at this. And this year, 2020, because of the lockdown, it's got to me a lot more than it normally would, right? But what has really shocked me is that to them now, nobody is out of bounds. Everybody is a target. And if they can't get you, they'll go for a family member. And I don't know how we got here. I was going to pack it all in a week and a half ago. I'd had enough. And I still have had enough. But why should I give in? Why should I live? That's what they want. And up until all the drama, I love what I do. I love what I do. A lot of people were attracted to my channel because they loved what I do. But now all of a sudden, that's not what everybody wants. And even people that I thought were my friends decided to walk away. And it is hard to take. I have to be honest. It is, because you build all these friendships up. The foundation is we've all got one thing in common, which is Doctor Who. And, this era is tearing us all apart. Friends have become enemies. And that's what they wanted. They wanted us all to turn on each other. It's just it's just one of those things that I still to this day can't wrap my head around. This fandom has completely lost the plot. And yeah, I just don't know what to say or do anymore, to be quite honest with you. It's just one of those things. Yeah, Sadako, I seen your message on YouTube. And you know, again, I agree with everything you said, but you know, some will accuse me of being the instigator, and that's the hard part. And then they say when I defend myself, I'm playing the victim. I'm not playing the victim. I'm showing everybody what's happening to me. But if people out there and people that used to be my friends choose not to look at all the facts and choose to take what a person's side on it, well then, you know, I just don't know anymore. I just don't know. Right. Let me see. I'll tell you what. I'm going to do something slightly different. If you want to come on, send me a message on Messenger. Send me a private message on Twitter. Let me know if you want to come on. Don't let me know in the chat. I want to surprise people. So if you want to come on, let me know on Twitter or let me know on Messenger in the private DMs. And we'll get this show on the road. Because we do have a few Doctor Who things to actually talk about. You know, I'll be criticized now when I do this, but we've got stuff to talk about. There's a couple of stupid articles out there that we need to highlight. Some funny stuff going on. This fucking fandom was where. Where is it now? So if you want to come on, let me know. Where's this bloody article? Where did I put it? Right, actually. Firstly, I want to actually talk about. So I put up a video last night on Mark Gatiss from a Reddit account that was claiming that they were supposed to be in an adventure in space and time, and him and the Troughton character, Mark Gatiss playing Pertwee, and Troughton, the actor that was playing Troughton, had scenes in that story, but it turns out that it wasn't for that. It was for the Doctor Who fan show, and he just dressed up. So that has been debunked. And since I never watched the Doctor Who fan show, apparently it's on the DVD extras or something. But I've got the box set with that episode on it, so I haven't actually checked to see if there's any extras on it. So I didn't know, but I said it in the comments anyway in the chat. But I'm just letting you know, that wasn't. I got a bit excited myself. I thought maybe there's a Moffat cut out there, but it turns out it wasn't it wasn't what we thought was for. So I just want to clear that up. But yeah, the big news for you all. I put up another video. So. And I've got another one for you later on tonight as well, by the way. So what have I told you that the Doctor was responsible for the Time War? How would you all feel if I told you that the Doctor was responsible for the Time War? Now, by the comments that I've seen on YouTube so far, a lot of you are not very happy about this. I mean, here's the thing. I could kind of both sides of the argument here. People that are saying, well, yeah, he kind of did, and people that said, no, he didn't. But the thing again, I'd have to question is why now do it? See, all of this is why now? And it's going to go back to this. Oh, well, it has to be the male toxic Doctor, doesn't it, that started the Time War? Like, it can't be Jodie Whittaker's Doctor that started the Time War, which to me would make more sense because Jodie Whittaker's Doctor is written like a blundering idiot. So if anybody was to ruin this, I would say, or start the Time War, I would actually say it'd have to be her. Not the male Doctor. But there you go. The male Doctor is responsible for the Time War. Right. So I've gotten a few people to start checking these are emails, guys. Start checking these are emails. I'll get that article up as well because there's there's already one person coming on from last night that I gave an invite to last night. So check your email there, Wingman. So I did send you the link. I did send you the link. I did. Don't be accusing me of not sending you the link when you were the first person I sent the link to. This should be interesting. If anybody else wants to come on, I've got 2 people that have sent me a message. I've sent you both the link. If anybody else wants to come on, let me know now. Let me know. Country roads, the place I belong. Right, I've sent you the links, guys. I've sent you the links. Yeah, on early Friday, the weekend starts here on the Tardis zone. So tomorrow, so we don't do the Star Wars. So we're going to be doing, because we said we'll do it, we'll do the Doctor Who watch along. So the God Complex and Heaven Sent are on offer tomorrow. New Who watch along tomorrow. Don't forget. Right, guys, I've sent you the link. There you go. One person is in. We'll just have to wait until Mr. Wingman makes his appearance. If anybody else wants to come on, again, send us a message. And remember, next week, the Tardis Zone Talks is back, where we leave the forum open for you guys to come on. That'll be next week. Next month, we'll have Star Trek, but we won't be doing them a whole weekend like we've been doing. What we'll do is we'll do one each week. We'll just pick one of the day. Maybe after I do, Thursday night with Rabbi or something. Well, he's taking a 2-week break, so this will be the because we're not even into next month yet. We're not into next month for a couple of days. Oh, it is next month in a few days' time. There you go. Any link for me? No, ha. Yeah. No problem, Martin. No problem. For fuck's sake, just tell me. Right, here we go. If anybody wants to join, just tell me in the bleeding chat. Jesus. I don't know why I made it complicated. Why do I make things so complicated? I do not know. All I know is I'm going crazy. All the J-bots will look at this and say, he's lost the plot. No, I carry on like this all the time. Right, if anybody else wants to come on, let me know in the chat. Right, let's bring them on because we've got 2 people waiting. Right, so the first person coming on is a young lady. And this young lady happens to work on a young chap's channel. He comes all the way from Scarrow. And he calls himself the Scottish Davros. So it's the one and only co-host of his channel. And he's producer, maybe, as well. Well, Charlotte is a woman of many talents, let's just say, when it comes to YouTube and stuff like that. But the one thing I like about Charlotte is when she comes on, she always... or I don't know what it is, but when she has an opinion, she always seems to think outside the box and comes up with something very interesting that we've never all thought about. So this is why we love having Charlotte on. But I have to bring her on now before she says, well, what the hell is this intro? Yeah, it's a big, long one, but here we go. It's the one and only Charlotte.
Hello. That was a big intro, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I'm rambling on now. I think I just got all that out of my system now and I'm buzzing a little bit. Or maybe
it was good you got out of your system, and now let's talk about being idiots as per you.
That's it, because we've got plenty to actually talk about. I tell you, the nonsense that's coming out of these articles lately is
because it's not on telly. I'm convinced it's like there's a gap right now, so it's like they haven't got anything of the show to talk about. So let's pick up every little.
Yeah, and some of the articles they're putting out there are just absolutely ridiculous. Wait, listen, I have another one that I'm going to share with you later. It's about the Master. right?
Oh God.
Some of you might have already seen the article. Actually, do you know what? If we have time, we'll throw it up here as well. Right, let's bring him on because he's come a long, long way. I'm only messing. This fella has a problem. As you seen in the chat, gave out to me because I didn't send him the link, but I sent him the link first. You know, so he does have a real problem, but he's our problem. It's problem big.
Hello.
Shut up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we've been very refined, are we, tonight, gentlemen?
Yes. It's awfully super to have you on, Charlotte.
Thank you, darling.
It's a wonderful thing.
Fitting, my friend.
Top drawer, top hat.
Step off her lip there now. Right.
If people didn't think we were crazy before, they definitely do now.
Marty, I sent you the link, buddy. Just in case you think I didn't, I'll just remind you in the chat there. Send you the link. Sorry, I won't put on a posh English accent anymore.
No, you did it very well. Well done.
As somebody who's both a southerner and a northerner, you did very well.
Right, so Matthew is in the chat. Matthew Needs. I just want to read out his comment. He says, "Hey, Noel, just popping in to say hello, and that I hope you're doing okay at the moment. Problems being informing me of the comments people are making about me in the chat. Yeah, but don't worry, we haven't accused you because I've made sure that people have checked the accounts before, because we are very careful that we don't get innocent people caught up in this. But I am sorry that they're using your name. But the best thing I would say to you, Matthew, is if you see these accounts, look at, they're impersonating you. So I think that's a crime anyway. So I would go to, as I said earlier, go to the police. Go to the police. I'm sick of all of this. Just go to the policeman. Everybody that has anything, if you're being harassed or anything or bullied by these people and you have evidence, go to the police. Mm-hmm. We're collecting up stuff, as we said, and I will be going to the police. I won't be the only one. There'll be a few others that have been attacked by these scum that will be going to the police as well. Listen, this fandom is going to be cleaned up whether these people like it or not. They're not getting away with telling us how we can think, feel, or whatever, say in this fandom anymore. How dare they? Right. Let's bring on him because he's been a while since he's been on. But I don't have a real big intro for Marty. But, if he was born in the 80s, he had if he had a DeLorean, he could go back through time. And we'd be calling Marty McFly. But unfortunately, he's not Marty McFly. But he is from the place where they made the DeLorean. So I said, maybe that's how he got his name, actually. We have to ask him, was it because the Back to the Future car was made up there? And is it his mom and dad were fans of Back to the Future and gave him the name Marty? Very intriguing. Let's find out. It's the one and only.
If only that was the reason. How are you all?
I'm good, Marty. How are you?
I'm not so bad.
Good man. So come on, the story has to be true. Come on.
Sadly not. It's actually not to turn things into a bleak thing. I'll tell you how I got my name. I have an uncle who was killed the year before I was born in a tragic lorry accident, and that's how he was Martin too. So that's how I got my name.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I feel
sorry to hear that.
I know. I didn't know, but still. But yeah, it's a lovely name, man. I love it. I wish my parents had called me Marty.
Marty Glenn. That
works. All right, Marty is from now on. Marty Glenn.
Yeah, that's it, man. Because I tell you, man, I got named after me dad.
Oh, Dominic.
Joel. It's a Christmas name. Don't end up bleeding.
Yeah, when I listen to your tone, I think there's Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Dreaming of a white Christmas, right?
Oh, that sounds like white supremacy to me.
Oh, yeah. I'm not.
And you can't say Christmas; it's festive. You can't say Christmas anymore.
Yeah,
you're not allowed to say Christmas.
It's exclusionary.
Right.
It's not inclusive.
Oh. this article we're going to put up. It's by Screen Rant, by the way, so you know they have nothing better to
Screen
do.
rat. Someone described it as Screen Rat, and I thought that was
the thing that I don't get about Screen Rant is, like, a couple of months after the finale happened, they actually had some quite good articles.
Yeah, they did.
Saying the Timeless Children has ruined everything, and then it's like they've got
they've probably got sacked.
Sensible people there, and everybody else is crazy.
Now, apparently, how they came to this conclusion that the Doctor started the Time War, it's got to do all the way back with Genesis of the Daleks, if I'm correct in saying, is what.
Just leave the classic era alone.
But they always listen.
For fuck's sake! How many times does it need to be said? Every time they try and tinker with it, they make it worse. Leave it alone.
But they don't
Stop
care.
deconstructing our favorite hero to push this current bullshit. There were better writers then than they are now. Fact.
Here's the thing I was thinking, though. Maybe BBC is authorising all of these articles because they're trying to justify all of this rubbish that's happening.
Yeah, of course.
Because I don't know, there seems to be a big push. I mean, I put that Winter Time Paradox up. As I said, I've actually entered a competition for that. I'm now, if I do win, I'm now going to use it as toilet roll and wipe my ass with it.
Don't flush it down the toilet; it will block.
I'm being honest. This whole thing, right? Listen, right. The Doctor has done things, as we know, that do have consequences. Now, I'm going to read this article because I didn't read it last night. I just put it up for you last night because me and Lee were going to discuss this anyway. We had
I've discussed it with Rabbi on his channel, but it's
so let's see, right? So this is by the way, I just want to say sorry to my fellow Doctor Who fans because as an Irishman, I'm actually quite embarrassed by the moron that's behind this. He happens to be from Dublin as well. And he's Irish. So the writer of this rubbish is actually Irish. So I'm sorry. First of all, for us Irish ruining Doctor Who for you and the Time War. Right, let's read this. So Doctor Who reveals the Doctor is responsible for starting the Time War. The latest Doctor Who tie-in novel, Dave Rudden's The Winter Time Paradox, which I'll be wiping my arse with, reveals how the Doctor really is responsible for the Time War. So let's see why the Doctor is responsible for the Time War, right? So it says, Doctor Who has revealed that the Doctor is indeed responsible for the Time War, but in a subtle, indirect sense. So basically, he's not responsible for the Time War, but you're going to make it in an indirect sense. I got it.
It's vague enough that anybody, like with the whole, how Russell never said the Doctor can regenerate into an animal. It was vague, and then everybody jumped on that and thought he was literally saying that.
I remember that. Yeah, that was only last year, man, when they start bringing that crap up. But yeah, look, even the article at the start even says it, but in a subtle, indirect sense. Right, let's see how they joined this all together. So when Doctor Who returned in 2005, showrunner Russell T. Davies revealed a lot had happened to the Doctor in the years the series was off air. The Doctor considered himself the last of the Time Lords, having brought the Time War to an end by destroying both Daleks and Time Lords alike. It was a superb concept, drawing in old school viewers and leaving them in the same position of discovery as the new ones. Davies considered the Time War to have begun all the way back in the classic era in the much lauded story Genesis of the Daleks. You know what? I kind of knew that this would be the starting point, to be quite honest, because it does kind of make sense. But why now is what I would say. But there, the Time Lords have foreseen a time when Daleks would threaten all life in the universe and sent the Doctor back. We know all of that, blah, blah, blah. And then he has the moral compass scene where he says, do I have the right? Blah, blah, blah. We know that. So the BBC's latest Doctor Who novel, The Winter Time Paradox by Dave Rudden, I apologise again, finally explains how this led to the Time War and why the Doctor considered or considers himself responsible. All right, so he's not responsible, but considers himself responsible.
Wait.
Oh no, that's not true.
Wait,
Because of
hasn't the
50th.
BBC just spent all this time and money on creating Time Lord Victorious, which dispenses with the Time War? Doesn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
Am I reading this wrong? Like, and now they're doing this whole thing about why it was created,
No,
how it was
you're,
created.
you're actually right, and I'm really at the cup of it now. You're right. That's what this whole time.
I'm confused as fuck.
Oh my
No,
god!
because do you know what they're doing? They're doing basically the Disney approach right now, which is let's use all the extended books and now Time Lord Victorious to tinker. They are using extended, whether it's books.
Exactly, to tinker with the canon so they can make the changes necessary in the show.
Yeah, but the thing is that they don't understand is all the casual fans and all the people who just want to watch the show don't read the books, don't listen. Like, I know there's a bigger audience for Big Finish, but if you think about the books and all this more really supplementary material, about 80%, maybe that's a bit too high, I don't know, but I've got a feeling.
But extended universe is not canon. Listen, they've gone to great lengths to kind of distance themselves from canonizing Big Finish. I mean, they did to some extent with the Night of the Doctor, with him listing off his companions and things. But I mean, that could have been anybody really. You know, they could.
Yeah, but that's my point, Lee. They're doing it in a way that if they try and use this now in the show going forward, people are going to go, well, I didn't see it on telly, so I don't care.
No, you are right. I agree. So this is going to be, it's in the one short story called Father of the Daleks. Sees the Doctor engage in a number of conversations with Davros, the creator of the Daleks. During these discussions, he admits he has come to understand he is locked in a cycle of violence with the Daleks, one that began all those millennia ago when he held in his hand the power to destroy them. The Daleks are genetically programmed to consider themselves the supreme beings in the universe, and just like most of the J-Bots, and never forgot the moment of vulnerability, the hating the Doctor for being, in their view, superior to them. Their hatred inspired them to go to greater lengths to demonstrate their superiority, just like the J-Bots, only to be stopped by the Doctor, which is going to be me and me friends, once again hating him all the more, and even further next time. You can continue to thwart my Daleks forever, Davros admits, but you will never change them. They will only hate more, harm more aggressively. They know only one solution to being stopped, and that is lashed out more violently than before. I was reading that, but trying to hear Davros say that in his voice, and this is not something that Davros would actually say.
No, because then that means he's giving credit to the Doctor, which is something he'd never do.
Exactly. The Wintertime Paradox tells a fascinating tale because there is a sense in which it is impossible to say which of the two, Davros or the Doctor, is the true titular father of the Daleks. Davros may have created them, but it is the Doctor who inspired them to hate ever more aggressively. No, he didn't. No, he did not. Where are you getting that bull crap? Right? They were programmed, as you have said, they were genetically developed by Davros. We've seen this in Genesis when his own scientists were given out about him because he was changing the genetic code. He was making them more evil, more aggressive. Go listen. This
it is like Twitter. Fuck me.
Well, you obviously aren't a Doctor Who fan if you don't know. If you haven't watched Genesis of the Daleks properly, anyway. That's all I'll say. You've probably watched it, not taken in what they've actually said and done in that story, because you're totally wrong here. You're totally wrong here. He did not make the Daleks more aggressive, right? How could he? They hate at the same level that they hate at you, morons.
You just have to laugh about how they're sort of slowly trying to pick and sort of pick away at the ice to eventually to try and rewrite the history of the show to suit their own narrative.
Exactly.
It's strange because this is one of the bad things now, and I'm not trying to steer the subject away. You can come back to it after I tell you this. There is a There is a thread on Gallifrey Base which is calling for old serials to be remade with Jodie, the Doctor.
Yeah,
So they're calling for Caves of Androzani, Genesis and Daleks. You name it, they want it made. And they want
No, please do it. Please do it because it will show. Because it will highlight how fucking dreadful she is.
You know, feck off, man. There, no.
Do it. Do it. I dare you. Do it. Do it.
Let's at the end of this article. So he says, right. So, and here is the catch. At the end of the Father of the Daleks confirms this story immediately before the beginning of the Time War. The Doctor has become aware his conflict with the Daleks is escalating to a horrific scale, and he is desperate to avert it. I'm scared of Davros, of what might happen in the future, he admits. But his last-ditch attempt to avert a catastrophe fails, and Doctor Who's Time War is the result. Right, but what was his last-ditch attempt?
Blame the white male for everything.
Yeah, because we're all talking.
This is typical postmodernist deconstruction of the hero, right? So they've got to make him responsible for all the bad shit in the world, for the rise of space Nazis, basically. You know, like the Daleks is what they are. So he's clearly rewriting the law, rewriting the history, in order to push this narrative, this postmodernist deconstruction of the Doctor. It's consistent with their attack on our culture, on our heroes, and it must be resisted. Look, I'm not saying burn the book, because that's what they do. That's what they're into.
Attention. That's all you need to do.
Just don't fanfare it. Yeah, exactly. This is
that article, as you know, was by Screen Rant, and you can continue to. But I do have another article by Screen Rant as well, and they're on overdrive. Screen Rant. I have to say, they must be getting paid by someone within the BBC to come out with ridiculous articles. Because when I show you the next article, right now, I will say one thing: while we are doing the watch-alongs of Series 12 and Series 11, we did actually say this during our streams several times, and Lee will actually remember this as well. And Rabbi, we actually mentioned this before. We thought that this could be a possibility. Well, Screen Rant now have come out with an article which you won't be surprised, right? So because this is how diluted it would all be. So this whole timeless child thing, and it's supposed to be the Doctor, right? As we've been told, right? But that's not good enough, right? They need to say, well, you know, maybe the Master is behaving this way because, according to Screen Rant, Doctor Who theory, the Master is the timeless child.
Oh my god!
Very sick.
Now,
so basically, they've taken a fan theory that we all said that's the only way out of this, Chib, you idiot. But they're still trying to keep the narrative that timeless children is good.
Yeah. So
let's make everyone the timeless child, because effectively that's what it's saying. Because look, if you have infinite regenerations, this timeless child eventually is going to take over the universe, and everyone is going to be the timeless child anyway. Because I mean, if they've been around since the dawn of whenever, you know, since the beginning of the Gallifreyan culture. I mean, that's like the dawn of time. So basically, if you have someone who can live forever and regenerate into multiple different people, eventually they're going to populate the entire world throughout time. I mean, the entire universe throughout time.
But doesn't this take all the specialness out of their precious 13th Doctor?
Well, it takes the specialness out of the Doctor altogether. You know.
I just want to highlight something too about this, right? So the last article was actually written by Thomas Bacon. And this article is also written by Thomas Bacon. And he's the one out of Screen Rant that seems to be pushing all of this nonsense.
He's like the Hugh Fullerton of Screen Rant.
Yeah, so this is the Hugh Fullerton of Screen Rant. Now, I'll read the article for you if you want. I am going to throw it up in video form for you later on, as I always do. I've actually got it prepped. But Yeah, but we'll read a bit of it, right? So Doctor Who's theory, the Master is the timeless child too. Oh wow, how original. Doctor Who series season 12 apparently changed the dynamic between the Master and the Doctor forever. But could this iconic figure be the timeless child too? Doctor Who season 12 revealed the Doctor is actually the timeless child, but the Master could potentially be one as well. Nobody can fault the current Doctor Who showrunner Chris Chibnall on his ambition, yet we can.
That's one word for it. That is one word for it.
I would beg to differ,
this
darling.
is not
Nobody
Chris
can
Chibnall's
fault him.
ambition. This is the Andrew Cartmel master plan, and it's been shaped in Chris Chibnall's
hideous image.
Stupidity.
It's been vandalised.
Chibnall does is he steals other people's ideas, right? And he tries to
Cartmel has ostensibly already stated in a clear interview where he was asked about this idea, and he said, "No, that's not my plan at all. I had no intention of releasing any concrete details about the Doctor's past. It was always only ever going to be, implied, or little bits of information will pop up, but you'll never get the full picture because it's Doctor Who."
Yeah.
And releasing any information about his history, his past, to the degree that you get an origin story is antithetical to what Doctor Who is all about. And Chibnall, the idiot, has completely undermined that complete idea, the identity of Doctor Who as a TV show and as a character. He has completely obliterated that. The mythos should never be fully revealed. And all this stuff, he's just creating another mystery. No, it's not. It's just a retcon, a lazy retcon done in a lazy way in order to create a contrivance that didn't need to exist in the first place. It was not executed well. The idea has been in his mind since he was a teenager. Clearly, he's not grown up because, as we all know, when we have ideas as teenagers, we grow up and we either improve those ideas or go, Jesus, wasn't that shit? Because that's what growing up is. You realize that when you're a teenager, you don't know shit.
Well, here you go. The only honest thing in this whole article is actually coming up now. It's a shocking twist, and it's left its fan base divided. Some are willing to wait and see what happens next. No, only 2 million of them. While others aren't quite so generous. Yeah, that's 7 million households. In truth,
over like 60% of
the evaluate the timeless child retcon because it's clearly only the beginning of the story Chibnall intends to tell. The Doctor's origin story has been rewritten, and the show is sure to explore her true background in further detail going forward. It's likely future seasons will attempt to explain continuity problems. Well, see, this is the problem. Right, if you need a couple of seasons, right,
exactly,
and to fix all the continuity problems because of this storyline, well, then you've done it wrong. It's plain and simple.
At the end of the day, it's about when it comes to any idea, when it comes to writing, you have to ask yourself how much positives and how much development is this going to trade off against possible backlash or contradictions.
They're rewriting the history of Doctor Who.
Chibnall hasn't thought this through because if you think about the trade-off, he's basically any future writer after him is either going to have to ignore this or try and fix it.
He's boxing
any future showrunner in.
Exactly, and it's all to do with his ego more than anything else.
So then, even when he's gone, people are still going to have to deal with his rubbish.
Exactly, one way or the other. And the thing is, like, it was a 2-minute scene in an episode from 1976, whenever it was. And for that one tiny scene, which could have been interpreted in the fandom, it was interpreted that some of those extra incarnations were of not the Doctor, they were of Morbius. Because we didn't get to see any incarnations of Morbius at all otherwise. Which is interesting because then it's supposed to be a battle of wills. But hey, never mind that. The point is, all 57 years of history has been rewritten for that one tiny scene, which has already been written off and because they knew at the time when they did this as a joke, right, that this was going to be problematic. So they then came out with the rule of the regeneration limit soon after that.
Exactly. And listen, look at this part now. It says the Master is no longer the Doctor's opposite. So I actually want to see what they actually say about this, because let's be honest.
Go on, he's going to be misunderstood now.
Right,
Wrong.
So when the Master made his first appearance in 1971, memorably played
by Roger Delgado, that they forgot when Timeless Children was airing that it was Delgado's birthday. So they didn't even fucking remember that. They didn't remember it on all the YouTube channels and all the YouTube, all the Doctor Who websites. None of them. Because obviously this kind of took precedence over everything else. But usually when they report on someone's birthday or someone's death or anything like that, yeah, they totally forgot. So that's how important he is, clearly.
Right, I don't know where. Right, so in the modern era, played by Derek Jacob Johnson, Michelle Gomez, and Sacha Dhawan. But here's the catch: the Timeless Child retcon has changed the Master forever, diminishing his significance. He is no longer the Doctor's equal; rather, he is just another Time Lord, grossly limiting. Well, that is true, actually. Though that part is actually true, because if the Doctor is the Timeless Child, right, then it does diminish, because then he's only the Master is only a Time Lord. You know what I mean? Whereas the Doctor, there's the
Doctor is a god.
Like being, that's what we're all saying. The Doctor's now immortal.
But that dynamic's ruined, like everything else. Not only that, but it makes the Doctor incredibly boring.
Yeah,
just another trope.
Sasha said something in an interview. So he noted in an interview with Doctor Who magazine, the Master is now being forced to accept a brutal truth. No matter how much the Master tries, the Doctor will in a way always be superior to him. Little wonder this drove the Master to feats of madness. No, see, he's not going to. No.
See what they're doing here. See what they're doing.
They're not going to use this to explain why the Master lost the plot. You can go and kiss my arse.
Well, but we already had an explanation for that. The Sound of Drums.
Yeah,
which I didn't
so
like.
I'd rather
that. I didn't like it myself, but they're going to retcon that. The whole thing's been retconned. This whole time, this children has. These are all the questions. But you know what I like about these articles, though? These articles highlight the big cluster. But the whole situation is this whole time this children story arc actually creates. Now, while I don't agree with most of these articles trying to justify it, the fact that you have articles like this trying to justify, we should be happy about this, because it just goes to show that we've been right all along. There's no way they're going to fix this. There's no way. I remember when a certain Time lady even came out after it was all revealed and said how the Timeless Children story arc almost fits into Doctor Who canon. Almost is not. It entirely fits into Doctor Who canon. Again, you need a couple of seasons to explain all of these plot holes and stuff.
Yeah, and that's going to be the defense now. It's going to be, give him another season. Give him a couple more seasons because we all know Chibnall is not going to fully explain this by the end of series 13.
Isn't it interesting though that this showrunner, who's clearly out of his depth, seems to have this bee in his bonnet about making the Doctor a superior being. It's almost as if he's projecting that he's fully aware of his incompetence, though he's trying to project onto the character of the Doctor a form of superiority, and because his writing is so poor that he wants to undermine all the previous great writers of Doctor Who by changing this into an image of himself. So he's got this superiority complex, a godlike being who lives forever and can do whatever the fuck he wants, and changes the balance of everything. This is sheer projection. So whatever he's doing for this story arc, which I use loosely, he is projecting himself in that role to make himself almost godlike and unquestionable. That's something it seems to me, if I look at the psychology of this, quite frankly.
Yeah. The Master could be the Timeless Child too. Right, let's see what bullshit he comes up with to explain this one. Right? There is one striking possibility that the Master could be the Timeless Child as well. According to Doctor Who Season 12, the ancient Gallifreyan explorer Tectoyum, who was a murderer and an abuser of children, discovered the Timeless Child at the foot of a mysterious boundary and kidnapped the child.
Yeah, didn't take it back or try to find its home. Yeah.
While it is true those visions suggested that there was only one Timeless Child, one question went both unasked and consequently unanswered. The Matrix stores the accumulated memories of the time. Again, this was another thing that we actually said, and the fact that you're highlighting it shows that Chris Chibnall has got this wrong. Exactly. If we all know that the Master looked into the Matrix. So
is the Doctor. So is the Doctor twice. Three times now.
Yeah, so they haven't. They did
no mention of the Timeless Child in any of that.
So they never seen it. What, they were able to keep that hidden? I doubt it very much.
And we have the celestial intelligence.
The Doctor was able to see through the Matrix, right? But the Master was the only one able to find the information that.
How? Not explained. Yeah, exactly.
I have two theories in my head. There's a best case scenario theory and a worst case scenario theory. Right.
Right. One.
The best case scenario theory is that what we have seen on TV and what is in the Matrix is bullshit. It was left there to give the Master a false perception because he, in fact, is the Timeless Child. Can you imagine the power that he'd had and he would have if he had that knowledge that he was the Timeless Child?
See, but Marty, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to happen, mate.
No, that. The worst scenario for the show now is that I don't like saying this. The scenario I have now at the moment is that they're trying to write this. They're basically just going to let Chibnall have free reign now, and they're just going to kill it off on the 60th, and that will be the end of it. So he can do whatever the hell he likes, and ABC aren't going to give a shit. ABC won't give a shit.
According to this, because we only see the child in a kind of dream like that. Remember when we first seen it? It could be that the unknowingly witnessed the event. So they're saying that that the Master was already there. That there was actually two timeless children there. And when we were seeing the timeless girl, the timeless child girl, that was seeing it through the Master's eyes or the second timeless child's eyes. But then why didn't we see Tectoyum take that child?
Yeah, look, if they go down that road, it's clearly yet another retcon because they realise how badly they screwed up. So anything from now on is suspect.
So even say in this article, assuming Tectoyum adopted two children, not one, but why didn't they show it? It doesn't make that. No, I'm sorry. It makes no sense. Why wouldn't show it? But I'm saying that though, a little boy did push the timeless child girl off the cliff.
Yeah, that would be the Master, you way.
Oh, there you go. We've sussed it already. We found it, but we've sussed it. We cracked it.
That would be the Master, you way.
Yeah.
Think about it, male.
So according to the Master, the timeless child forced the cliff while playing with another child. There you go. That scene was an intriguing one. Stylistically reminiscent of classic Who story. No, it's not. Don't even go there, man.
The thing is, would you have to look at too? I know. I think what a lot of people are forgetting. I'm not trying to sound like I'm standing up for any of this at all. There's lots of hints. I think in the section of the Cybermen. You know all those scenes that are set in Ireland. They are hints. Yeah, with Brenton. Those are scenes. They are what you see from that perspective is like a filter that has been put over the actual events. So what I think people like the likes of us need to do is actually look at that again and try and suss from those scenes what is actually going on, because obviously Brenton is filter which we see as Brenton is the Doctor. What how
the Doctor's never been ginger.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Christ, I remember those. You remember when that Next Time trailer came up and we seen the Giarda uniform, Noel, and we came on and me and you were went into pure rebel mode. We're like, if they dare touch the events of Irish history, we'll go mad.
I remember that, yeah. I thought they were doing the whole 1916. and then we seen the photograph of the Garda uniform, and then we were kind of relieved in a way, but it was still 1920s.
Yeah.
And we were thinking that they were going to do something like that. But yeah, that whole Brendan thing as well annoys me. The problem with Chris Chibnall is this, right? Even if this is a great idea, which I don't think it ever will be, but if this is some sort of great idea, he has one problem. And the problem is that this is too massive to take on, and he cannot translate this well correctly on screen. We also see with the Time Lord Victorious, they're way over our heads with that. It's on multi-platforms and it's failing fast. I think with this Timeless Child and the Time Lord Victorious and now this Winter Time Paradox, they're overextending themselves. It's all going to fall apart. Wait and you see when that festive special drops, right? This will be, right? See all of this, all these articles mean absolutely bull, right? Right now, when that festive special happens, we will find out where he's taking this. Now, he has already said, though, and I have to remind people.
Oh, come on, it's going to be a standalone. It's
Yeah.
not going to address any of this rubbish.
Yeah, but he did say, though, at the end, you're right, at the beginning of Series 12, he said that you'll get answers in this season, but you won't get all the answers, but you will eventually, right? So he's already set it up that he's, to me, if you're asking me, this is a guy that seems to be winging it, doesn't know exactly what he's doing, and he's just making it up as he goes along. I don't think for 1 second that this is something that he had planned, as he claims.
Oh, I do. I've heard from two different people who knew him when he was that age, when he was a member of Doctor Who, DWAS, Doctor Who Association, Appreciation Society, and he had the idea then, they said. And listen, I believe that. I think that's true, but I also think that he wasn't fully prepared. I think he was so completely besotted with this idea that he was completely sold on his genius, and I don't think he was prepared at all for this backlash.
I wonder.
We'll see.
I wonder if those people you've been talking to, I wonder do they know any more details that we don't know yet? I know.
Thing, doesn't it?
I'd love to know if they know something that we don't know, because imagine, like, obviously, if it was me there at that time, obviously you would never have it in your head that you're a teenager that you'd end up writing the show unless you're deluded. But I'd like to think he would have explained it. Imagine if there was somebody in that room who knew that when he did come out with us and started talking about this big idea. If there was somebody there who remembered that, if he did come out with it, get them all here, get them to spell everything.
Yeah, but here's the problem, Chibs, that because he's an idiot, he's not clicked. If you want to do like a really long form sort of story arc, which is evidently what he's trying, that means your first series has to be knockout. It has to be like Russell T Davies level good.
Yeah, and what did we get? We got a bunch of toilet roll floating in the air going, "Beware the timeless child," and that was it. That was your foreshadowing.
No, that's my point. In order to get any interest at the starting point, because if you're not going to tell us the answer until flaming 3 years after you first said the title,
this is why I'd love the series to be serialized. Like, why can you not have it? This is what annoys me about Doctor Who, right? Start off the first 2 episodes, you start dropping the storyline. Then, like, you go off on an adventure that doesn't even have nothing to do with the storyline. Then you come back to another episode which hints at the major storyline. I would love it if they could just start, right, and maybe some people aren't fans of it, whatever. I would love them so that every episode, this is the way I would do it if it was me running the show, that every episode they heads on a cliffhanger and each episode focuses on, you don't just go away on, say, like Orphan 55, it doesn't even focus on the time chain. You would be focusing on your story in every episode. There will always be crumbs through every week single episode.
Like I would say on that, Marty, right? This is right. For me, this is where I stand on this. The show is called Doctor Who, right? And it's called Doctor Who for a reason. Now, Moffat, if we all remember, came along with the name of the Doctor, right? And before that episode aired, or we knew any details of that episode, this fandom was in uproar, right? Why? Because you were going to reveal the Doctor's name. And that was just the Doctor's name, right? This timeless child rubbish not only, changes everything that we know about the Doctor, but it changes the whole history of the Time Lord race. You know what I mean? So this story should not be done full stop. There was people in the classic era, as we've all mentioned before, that toyed with the idea, but they never went through with it because they knew the consequences of doing something like this. This show can no longer be called Doctor Who. Now, the other side will claim that the Timeless Child still brings it mystery because we don't know the origins of the Timeless Child.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
The point. The point is that we were told where the Doctor came from. We were told enough information, to keep us satisfied. We didn't want to know too much about the Time Lords, but over the years we have learned a little bit more about them. But again, they never touched the origins. Never touch the origins, because you don't do it. You destroy the show. You destroy the whole narrative. It's done. It's done. This thing, Chris Chibnall does not realize what he has done, right?
He'll realise when the viewing figures come in first.
Yeah, exactly. When this festive special comes out, and if it does bomb like we all think it is, he is in for a shock and a half. He needs to finish this now. He needs to listen. If he has that way out, and this is as we said, there is a way out of this. If this is the master manipulating the Matrix, and that is something that he has, that he's thinking of doing, do it. Do it. It's the only way to save this show from any more hurt. But you've already done the damage as far as I'm concerned, because I'll tell you why. Right? We do have shows, and it showed in the past, that they'll start off great, 4th season, right? Then the 2nd season will go a bit woke. But then the 3rd season, then they'll try rectify it, and they'll go back to the way the 4th season was. But it's too late, right? It's too late. The fans walk away and don't come back. Prime example of that, what show was it? There was a show out there, started off great, got a bit woke. For example, The Boys. When season 3 comes back at The Boys, nobody will watch. That will lose millions of viewers, right? Because you went woke. I know what the show was. Westworld. Started off absolutely fantastic. And then the 2nd season, they put all this woke nonsense in it. And then by the 3rd season, and I'm told the 3rd season is actually a lot better, but it was too late. Fans didn't come back. And this is what's going to happen with Doctor Who. Those fans, those 7 million households, I'm not saying all of them won't return, right? I'm not saying that they'll all return, but no, that's wrong. None of them are.
Take a breath.
7 million people have left. 7 million households have walked away. Those 7 million households, you're going to have a very big job of convincing even half of them to come back. So you've lost the fandom already.
They've lost me until literally, I'm at that stage right now. And I think before this Timeless Child stuff, I think a lot of people would have come back with a new Doctor.
Yeah.
Chibnall's still in charge. I think a lot of people would have said, I didn't get on with this incarnation. I'll wait for the next one. I think that was a real thought. But because
a lot of people did that with Capaldi as well, let's be honest.
But because of this Timeless Children arc, now people are like, I'm not touching this until either Chibnall's gone or you retcon this Timeless Child arc. So that is a massive thing.
As I've said, we still haven't seen the fallout from the Timeless Children arc. We haven't seen that yet. So when this special comes out, it'll be very telling to see exactly how many people have gone, like, I'm done. I've had it. I'm out.
That's what I mean.
Well, if you just look at social media, mate, I think it's going to be really bad.
Yeah, well, it ended with just under, in the overnights, it's just under 3 million. And then in the 7-day consolidated, I think it was 7-day or 28-day consolidated figures, it just went over 4 million. Now, it'll be interesting to see how many people actually do watch. Will those 2 million people, or just under 3 million people that watched the very last episode, come back to see what happens with the Timeless Child? This revolution of the Daleks. I doubt it very, very, very highly. Now, will it do better in the consolidated? That might be a factor this time round. The consolidated figures, it depends how bad or good this story is actually going to be. But if this gets massacred in the consolidated figures and then the 28, that it's game over. It's game over. And Chris Chibnall then will have to decide whether he's going to drop all of this nonsense or whether he continues and believes what he's doing is the right thing. I believe because he's got such a big ego that he is going to continue with this for as long as he thinks he can get away with it. And right now he has told fans, even Matt Stevens has come out and told us fans, that as long as they're running the show, we don't have to say. Remember, this is not a democracy according to Chris Chibnall. Remember those articles? And remember, Piers Wenger came out. You all need to remember these things as well. Piers Wenger coming out and slating every predecessor after Jodie Whittaker was cast, especially Peter Capaldi. We do not forget those things. And this is what all of these things add up. See, I don't think they're fighting together either. You just have to realize that all of these things build up. When she comes out with stupid interviews, when Chris Chibnall comes out with stupid interviews, when Matt Stevens comes out with stuff, and then when there's a backlash to a cancer scene, and then the BBC actually defend that, and then the writers defend that, we remember all of those things. We remember the little dig that you had in the show when you said, yeah, I'm an upgrade. And when Jodie Whittaker did that interview and she actually called out the Not My Doctors, right? No matter what, right, whether I agree with them or not, the fact that that woman decided to call them out just goes, and she was laughing with the other two, Tolson Cole and Manikiel, having a great old laugh to themselves, right? That's how little they respect fans. They never have respected this fandom. They're cold, right? Since she was cast, right, they made a big deal out of it, right? And then as soon as Series 11 was over, we have had no promotion since then. They don't care. They're cold. They don't interact with the fans. Where has Jodie Whittaker been throughout this whole lockdown? Well, where has she been? She done one stupid little lockdown video at the start where she's telling people to not worry and all of that. And I did give her credit. I did give her credit for that because fair play, you know. But where was she before that? Because we were in second lockdown a good few weeks before she decided to pipe up, right? And then when the watch-alongs came along and the tweet-alongs came along, that was the perfect opportunity for her to come out and start interacting with fans, to let fans know, listen, I know it's a scary time and all this. She could have been more active and she wasn't. Where was Chris Chibnall? Where was the people from the BBC when fans are being harassed and all? They don't care. All of this rubbish here, and this division thing that we never going to be even explained. There was another secret organization within the Time Lords anyway, and now we've got this division, and it was never ever mentioned before. See, this is the thing. He's trying to shoehorn all of these things in. This is not good enough. This is not what Doctor Who should be. If you're going to do the origin stories of Doctor Who, you ruin it. It's as simple as that. I just don't get the understanding of why he's doing this. It really pisses me off that this man seems to have no respect for the classic era. He's supposed to be a fan. And then I hear people say, well, the next showrunner that comes in should be a fan. Listen, I'm going to make this statement and I'm going to stand by it. Chris Chibnall was never a fan of this show. And I'll tell you why. Because every fan knows that you do not touch the origins of the Time Lords or the origin story of the Doctor. Every fan knows that. So he ain't no fan, right? Because he's not a fan. It's as simple as that. I'm going to say it out straight. Chris Chibnall is not a fan. He's a fraud. He's a hack. He steals other people's ideas and claims them as his own. And we even seen while we were watching Series 12, and we were. Do you know what was funny about Series 12? Trending on Twitter is that every time there was an episode of Series 12 on RTD or a Moffat story was trending at the same time because people were making the parallels of what Chris Chibnall stole off them. It was actually quite funny if you looked at Twitter trending at the time. They're talking about these other stories and saying how Chibnall was robbing. But yeah, these are the very same fans that will defend this rubbish. You ain't fan. You're like that man. You ain't fans because real fans, and I'll say, yes, real fans know you do not touch the origins. And I'm going to shut up now because I've said enough and let you guys.
No.
But
I'm saying Marty's got something to say.
I have, and if you look at my picture, you might notice something too.
right, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, right. Breaking news. Oh, again. Oh, Jesus. Right, hold on. Breaking news. Right. So we've got some breaking news live on the Tardis Zone. Remember, all news on this channel until confirmed by the BBC is rumor and speculation unless we have absolute proof. Go ahead, Marty.
Right. So it's not big. There's somebody at Gallifrey Base, the Hellhole, otherwise known as Gallifrey Base.
Yeah.
Claiming that Doctor Who is now using the word with big brackets over the top of it. Definitely filming in November.
Whoop.
Right.
Yay.
Well, Eddie was talking about November, so we'll just have to see until a press release.
That's what I was told as well. As you know, we said it on the channel. I even said about Eddie's news on the channel as well. He said November. So yeah, if Gallifrey Base, he's saying it. And let's be honest, Gallifrey Base is toxic, but they have gotten stuff right in the past. November would make sense. But in saying that, though, yeah, I know people are talking about Wales. Listen. They do film in Wales. We do know that. But they also film in other parts of the UK as well. Let's not forget. Right? So they might be able, look, just because they're saying they're going back film in November, it's probably going to be very limited anyway. I don't think they're going to be able to do much, but we have to wait and see. As I've always said on this channel, and we've all said, right, until BBC actually come out with a state, listen, BBC every show, BBC press office just dropped something about Holby City there, right? So if there's anything happening with Doctor Who, the BBC press office, like they've done with every other show that has come back, will make that announcement, right? And they'll announce when filming has begun. Now, I've been consistent on this, and I've said they haven't started filming, and you know that Twitter account that was on, the one that wasn't texting about Doctor Who at all, and then all of a sudden said that filming had begun and actually provided no evidence. And then people were running with that, like Doctor Who production news, to say, "Oh, filming has begun." It hasn't begun. It never had begun because Jodie Whittaker had said it herself. They were hoping to film by the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, we will wait and see. But November, yeah, at the end of November, if I'm a betting man, I'd say probably be the last 2 weeks in November is when they're.
I know it's different in Wales compared to Belfast. I know Lady Judy's filming now in Belfast.
They've been filming for ages.
It's filming now. Well, they had stopped it and then they had started it again. But like, even with, I know the restrictions have sort of went up and down over here in Northern Ireland, but they're still filming through it.
Right, hold on. Emma is at the writing something up in the chat. Very interesting. Emma, do me a favor. I see your message. Right, I see your comment there. Do me a favor. If you have a screenshot of what you said in the chat there, send it to me, and I'll put it up and I'll show everybody.
Yeah, and we sort of
Emma there. Sorry, Charlotte. Just want to put it up there. So according to Emma there, she's saying that Jodie Whittaker's stylist says "Series 3, here we come."
Well, then there's obviously something close.
Yeah. So if you can get me a screenshot of that, because without proof, you know what I mean. Without proof, it's just someone saying something. If you know what I mean. So we need proof. So if you can actually get me a screenshot of our stylist actually saying that, and please make sure you check the date, because it could be someone putting up an old photograph trying to make it look like it's from this year.
You're right. Just because the film had started doesn't necessarily mean they have to film in Wales. Like they could go to England, parts of England. They could go to Sheffield, film. They're not going to go international, like obviously.
Well, is it good news or bad news? Let's ask the panel. Filming Series 30. For me personally, I'd rather get this over and done with. So, like, the fact that if they are filming, to me, that would be good, because then it means they'll be finished filming, say, by March. We'll probably have the series in September, get it done and over with. But I'll ask you guys in the panel. Charlotte, we'll start with you first. Good news or bad news that Doctor Who might begin filming in November?
I'm like you. If it starts filming in November, good news, because we might actually get bits of info coming across. We won't have this void, which is, I think, making all the rubbish start a bit.
Yeah.
It's also means that Jodie has started her third series, and we're not going to have another massive gap, hopefully, between her series, which I think is good for her fans, because if they can get a consistency, that'd be nice. And I honestly think she's got one more series in her. So if that means, like you, we can, she'll probably, I'm saying probably because obviously we'll see. If that means she's gone, and maybe Chibnall with her. That's because that was one of the rumors that they were going to go together.
If she's, as I said, and I'm going to make this clear, if she does Series 13 and is filming Series 13, it is her last. And listen, you can all say whatever you want, right? And people can come out and say this, that, you know. She's gone after Series 13.
Yeah.
She's been there 3 years. She's not going to stay, especially in this current environment, because, you know, if this situation was to get worse after she stopped filming Series 13 and it's done, then why would she hang on? Because it means she'd have to wait another year or two before they do Series 14. Right?
Yeah, and she's an actress.
Why would she wait when she's an actress and she needs to be working? She's not going to wait any longer. So she'll do Series 13 if she's in Series 13, and that'll be it. That'll be it. She'll be gone. I'm telling you, I don't see it any other way. Because would you stay? I mean, if you were an actor or an actress and you knew the current situation, you've already had to wait to film this series, right? It should have filmed already, right? Would you not? Why would you hang on if you don't know that the future is uncertain? Basically, you don't know how long.
And also, just typecasting actors. They don't. All actors hate being known for one. Oh, I know, but I'm just saying she will. It's not like she's not going to get work after this. She will probably get a lot of independent work or films, and that seems to be her wheelhouse. So I think that'd be good for her.
I think she should go back to stage. I think that's probably, or producing and directing or whatever, something behind this.
So Emmett is saying that post is on Instagram. Well, could you do me a favor and give me the name of the stylist so I can check?
I've said it here. I've got it.
Oh, you got it. Right, let's see. Right.
And also, I'll just say, one, who cares? Second, you know, yeah, maybe this will be good to give the sanctimonious navel gazers something else to focus on rather than targeted harassment.
Right, let's have a look at this photo.
I think it'll be good if it starts filming. Listen, if it starts filming now, I've sort of altered my wee theory in my head. I think if it starts filming, we could know. Well, it depends. I can't see them giving us a coming soon trailer after the Christmas special. I can't see that, or I can't see them doing that. What I can see them doing is the BBC releasing a statement saying Doctor Who will return in late 2021, early 2022. This will be the final series, starring Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor and Chris Chibnall as executive producer. That's what we hope.
I think they'll announce Joe. I think just because of.
Well, listen, I'll have to say this though. Eddie of Scarrow did say, and I have to make this clear again. I said it on this channel. There is an announcement due. So with this photo, and I'm after looking at the photo, right, guys? I'll throw it up. It looks legit, 100% legit. It was liked by Manip Gill and 92 others. So again, Manip Gill was lying about not being active on social media, by the way. I just want to point her out that the racist ran when she actually put up a video that she thought was funny. And instead of actually apologizing, she decided to run. I actually did Where's Manip Gill? If you haven't checked that video out, please do check that video out and you'll know what I'm talking about. So he says here, his name is James Evans, and he says, Doctor Who, it's season 3 of Jodie Whittaker's era. He says, I'm very excited as well. I can't wait to see where the Doctor goes.
It doesn't take much to excite these people, does it?
No, if you farted, they'd be excited.
Yeah.
And it's a black and white.
She doesn't fart, how dare you?
Right. So to be fair, I'll show everybody, but I will do a video on this later on. I might as well now, because if it has began filming, or is beginning filming, then we've got actual. But this photograph, by the way, I just want to say actually proves one thing though. Right? And I'm sorry to actually say it, but I told you so. Doctor Who Series 13 wasn't filming. I was right. And I don't take any pleasure in saying that, by the way, but I was right. And people call me a liar.
No, but mate, just don't. You don't have to justify yourself.
No, I know, but I just wanted to say that because I think it is important that people know that I did actually say that Series 13 had not begun filming yet, and I was criticised for it, and I was attacked for it, Charlotte, as you know. And
we
we
know. And I knew from the very start that it had been filming. I knew from the very start it wasn't filming.
Yeah.
But
so
there's other people out there.
Yeah, and listen, look, again, you know, I just do the news that I'm given, and I put out the information that I'm given. I don't even know if it's true. You know what I mean? Nobody knows when we put information out there. But the one thing I've always said to you is, you know, I don't go around making stuff up. Why would I? Because I'm like you guys. Even though I hate this here, I'm excited for Doctor Who news. I love when I get at him. Do you know what I mean? So I'd be disappointed if I knew that there was someone out there, you know, like I was accused of faking stuff. I wouldn't do that. Well, sure, why would I? That's cruel. It's cruel. I don't play games like that. I never have. I just do what I just put out what I'm sent, and I hope, you know, that some of it is true. You know, because you do be delighted when some of your news comes out as true, and you do get the disappointments when you find out some of the news that you put out there is wrong. And listen, I will put my hand up. I was convinced the two of them were gone, and a lot of you believed me as well. And I was gutted, but I was gutted for years as well, because I was convinced, and I'm still convinced they were gone, because I was told they were convinced to stay. And look, that even makes it worse because I can't prove that anyway. But there you go. There's the photo. So they're gearing up.
Right, so they're getting ready to go.
Yeah.
So is this after he's done styling on her hair? Because it's short again? Or is this an old photo?
Got our short hair again now, yeah.
Do you not? Okay, here's something that I do not understand with Whittaker's, like, Doctor image wise. Why did they not change anything about her Doctor? Like, if you think about, like, Tennant, he had like 3 different costumes, but kept like the iconic coat. If you think, obviously, Chris only had one, so you can't really class him. Matt went from the tweed to the purple suit, and then with Capaldi, he had a proper.
Because it's the new JNT era, you know, only worse. I
wish
a lot worse. So it's a costume.
I have seen a photo floating about now. Now I think it is a fan edit, but I will say this: they have Jodie Whittaker's coat on her with the jumpsuit, and I have to be honest. It looks better than the bloody costume they have her in.
I am just scrolling through Twitter and I have seen what you're all about, and I will send it to you.
I really love the T-shirt with that.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get them
that T-shirt.
I'm going to see if I can get them printed. Obviously, if I can, I will let you know, because right, I'm after being sent another image. There's the image. That is it. Yeah, I think this. I think this is, but I don't know. Is this the poster that they dropped, or is this a fan edit? Because I think
no, this is fan edit. This is the
right. Well, I have to be honest. This is the picture I'm talking about, and I think you will agree with me when I show you. Right. So hold on. I'll just stop this.
But it's like, and also I would think, as an actor, you would love the fact that you can play around with the costume and change it and
Yeah.
sort of evolve it with
I
you.
wouldn't mind. She was supposed to help design the costume herself. So you would think that when she heard, see, I don't think she's been told about all of the backlash. I think she's aware that there is some backlash, but I don't think she realizes how big the backlash actually is.
Oh yeah, they're protecting her. They're keeping her in a bubble.
Now you see there, it's
infinitely better.
Yeah, it's right. So it's the jacket from Resolution, right? The white jacket, right, and the orange jumpsuit. Now I don't care what yous all say to me, whether you like her or dislike her. I think that's a much better bloody costume to put her in. But I speculated, why put her in an orange jumpsuit? Maybe she's going to regenerate into a man.
I don't know. I don't even want to speculate because look, we currently live in an era where that's just simply like unacceptable for some bizarre reason, because all men are evil.
I don't know who came up with this fan edit, but whoever came up with this fan edit, I will give you his credit.
There is something strange. I'm not saying it's wrong. Eddie at Scarrow, I seen his video, and he mentioned about, was it like 6 pages that were supposed to be filmed on the Tardis set with a skeleton crew? I'd love to know what this is. I hope we do find out what this is. But to me, when you say that, the first thing I thought of was, has to be regeneration. Like, it has to be regeneration. Like, why are you going to film with the skeleton crew? If this was filmed after everything that's going on now at the minute, yes, I understand.
They'll still have to follow social distancing, so I guess possibly that they are forced to film with a reduced crew, maybe. But who knows? It's live and dream.
Emma has sent me them as well, the pictures as well, and it definitely looks like it's geared up. So,
she did say they were in pre-production, didn't she?
So they write it there, season 3. Here we go. So I reckon if they're putting that up on Instagram, I reckon
next week
BBC is going to announce something by the weekend. If I'm a betting man,
makes sense.
By the way,
isn't that nice? Just before my birthday, I hear that news.
Yes.
Thanks, BBC.
My commiserations.
Well, look, as we said though, if it is filming, this is good news for the simple fact they're starting to film. It's good news because then it means then we know they're filming. It's gonna this is gonna be out, because I do not see the logic of her staying beyond series 13. If she stays, well then it's because she knows she's not going to get any more work anywhere else. I just can't see any logic in her staying. I don't know about you guys, but I really don't, in this current environment, see how she would stay on any longer than the 3 seasons and move on.
It'll be 3 series out. It'll be 3 series out, in my opinion. She'll follow suit with.
You think they'll do another special and she'll leave on the special? Or do you think she'll leave at the end of series 13?
She'll leave on the special.
And we're only speculating here, by the way. We're not saying that she is leaving. We're speculating that she might be leaving. So what do you think?
No, but here's the thing that's interesting that I'll just quickly add to that. If you look at all the interviews that they have said, her and both Chibnall, they have only talked about Series 30.
Yeah.
They have not talked beyond that point. So that should be a massive, like...
I just see what Emma said here about Children in Need. I don't know if you covered that or not, but there's supposed to be something on Children in Need coming.
Yeah, that's a rumor from fans because they didn't get an announcement at the New York Comic Con. So they have speculated that Children in Need. Look, it's logical, actually, that Children in Need would quite possibly be a chance. But if she's putting that up on Instagram, the stylist, it's out there now.
Yeah.
So everybody on Twitter now is going to grab hold of this as well.
I thought they would have held this out to the 23rd of November, and they're going to have to start promotion at most a month before the special. Like, they're going to have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that implies you're using logic.
Because there's no logic. In
Logic is racist, Charlotte.
So yeah, I think we'll have something. If not on Children Day, I think we'll definitely have something on the 23rd of November. I think we will have
So
something.
say, when is Children in Need?
13th, I think.
So yeah,
13th.
they drop like a teaser trailer type of dealio.
I could see them announcing Barman or else dropping like a 10-second teaser, then dropping the full trailer.
Yeah, but everybody knows Bauman's in it, so I don't think that's much of an announcement.
No,
Because they basically said it without saying it at this point.
Yeah, I know.
Right, get something nice for Cheryl tomorrow for your anniversary. A £10 super chat by one of our panelists, Problem Big. Jesus, mate, thank you for that.
That's all right.
Emma's just said it's an old photo. Are you talking about the one that we've just the stylist one, Emma?
Yeah, it's. I think he put that photo up like a couple of months ago or something. Apparently.
Oh, so it's an old photo. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like I said, didn't I?
So why not use a current one?
Right.
She'll have long hair. She's got have very, very long hair. What do you see? She'll have long hair.
So hang on. So you're right, this makes no sense. So what you're telling me is that the stylist put this photograph up a few months back, right? But because we all know that they haven't been filmed because of the pandemic, yeah? Right? So then he decides then to retweet it, a few hours back to say, here we go.
Oh, no. You see, he made a post with that photo like way back in like March, I think, this year. And now he's re-uploaded the same photo saying, right, here we go now.
Yeah, so he's using the same photo, but obviously the post is in regards to filming for.
Yeah, he hasn't retweeted it, he's just made a new post. So,
it isn't.
Well, I hope to God. Well, I know he only does her hair, but I hope to God other something makes it that. I wouldn't mind if she had one run around with the outfit she had in Spyfall, but I suppose that's a bit too much Pat Smith looking.
I'm sorry. You think she looks good in that tuxedo?
Well, it's far better than that monstrosity she has on her.
No, it's too masculine. Just make her look like a feminine doctor. Why are they so against that?
It looks like she works at some sort of supermarket or something with that coat.
Even the outfit she wore in the Haunted of Villa Diodati, I thought it was far better with the waistcoat.
Hang on.
Oh, stepped into the trap.
Yeah. Thank you, Emma. Fair play to you. Do you know what? For a Jodie Whittaker fan, I have to say you're one of the nicest. And you know what? You have no problem debunking rubbish when you know it's rubbish. So this photograph was actually put up on the 27th of October, 2016.
Yeah.
Huh.
So 208 weeks ago. Oh, and they were in LA ready. So they were in LA. And it's the same photo. So what he's basically done is he's just cropped the photo, basically. Made it darker for some weird reason.
Weird.
But it's an old photo from, I'll show you because Emma sent it to me. So hold on, we'll get up Twitter there. Don't worry, Emma. Nobody will see your account. They'll just see the photograph. So you'll be okay. Don't worry. But thank you for debunking this fucking rubbish. Again, as you see, because there's nothing, I think people are just trying to generate headlines.
Yeah, but he's still saying they're getting to go for her third series. From what you said.
I know. See, I'm confused now.
And is it definitely from the legit accounts? Can Emma confirm?
Right, so here we go.
I just pulled that off Twitter. That's where I got that now on the J-bot.
Here you go. I don't know if you can actually see it, but it says October 27th, 2016 there. It got 36 likes, and it says LA ready there. So they were in LA when she got her hair done. So we're
Or maybe it's the last time they met, and maybe
that makes sense.
Each
It's
other
the only photo
since,
he's
but
got of
they
them two.
yeah they know that they're going to start soon, so he's just I mean, using an old photo. I can understand that. That's fine, but I mean, we'll see.
well, someone just, this is what I'm saying, they'll just come out and confirm it or deny it or whatever. Just do bleeding something, BBC. See, this is the BBC's fault, though. It's the BBC's fault. They just like we've
They've forgotten how to market this show. I think they're lacking Tim Davie. He knew how to market this show, and clearly whoever's taken over doesn't have a clue.
Right, well, so she either is filming in a couple of weeks or she's not, but the stylist did put that photograph back up again, reshared that photograph. That's the thing. So they could be well gearing up. So yeah, so we could still say what we've been saying. More than likely there's a chance if he's put that photograph back up again that there's something going on. Because why would he put just that photograph up? Because then he'd know, because he's not stupid, he's a stylist. He'd know if he retweeted a photograph like that or wherever you did equivalent is on Instagram, right? If you reshare that on Instagram, right, he knows that those Doctor Who fans on Instagram are going to see this and then are going to start asking questions, right? So he can't be that stupid. So there has to be something in this.
Yeah, maybe I wouldn't be surprised if the BBC, like you said, they've got a date that they're going to release a statement about filming starting, and he might be the first little sign, and then the BBC will be the final part to officially announce it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully something comes out anyway. But look, I mean, there is no activity. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, it's Barden. And if they're filming, it's the most secret filming that they've ever done, ever, because nobody has spotted that. Nobody. So this is the first in the. That is interesting that they have reshared that. You don't reshare a photograph like that without knowing. And he would know, being our stylist. There'd be a lot of attention around everybody that Jodie Whittaker follows, and stuff, and who the people are that are close to her, like Manny Tolson. They'll be following all of those accounts, right? So for him to put something out like that, there has to be something in it. But I'll stick to what I said. If this is him coming out and actually confirming, right, with that reshare, well then I'm gonna still stick to what I said. By this weekend, I would say there'd have to be something said, because if that was when people start noticing what he has said, which people will, they will start resharing it on Twitter, and then of course it's going to cause a bit of a storm, and then either Radio Times is going to come out with an article by Hugh Fullerton to either dismiss or say, or even come out with something to say, yeah, it's going to begin filming. Something is going to happen. Something has to happen, because why would he share that? I just don't. That's stupidity, in my opinion. If they're not filming, he shouldn't be doing that, because.
Or if it's not going to be a quick, and if it's not, like you said, if it's not in a couple of weeks or a week, we get an announcement basically.
Yeah, I look at this stage getting all. I was excited there for a second. Damn, how we all get brought back down to earth? What, with a bang?
Yeah, I think you're right. We need to get this bloody thing over and done with so we can hopefully move on. But I still fear for the future. I still fear that, this may be bad, but there's no depth to which the BBC and Chibnall can sink, so it could even get worse. So I'm not holding out much hope at the moment.
I know on Instagram, but someone should go to our stylist and ask out straight what the story is. Are you only resharing this, or are you trying to tell us that the series is starting to film?
I'll send them a message on Instagram.
Because BBC haven't confirmed it. And listen, and even say it's a bit irresponsible. I think it is irresponsible, actually, to be quite honest. Because you know the hype around Whittaker. You know that she's on this big, massive show. The stylist shouldn't be made. Listen, we see it with footballers as well.
He probably got permission. That's the thing, though. I mean, this might be part of the marketing ploy. You know, drip feeding things out to try and get people excited. You know, it's a well tried and tested.
Yeah, I was going to say this
routine.
screams to me of drip feeding.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the BBC coordinating this. It might not be, but you know, I'll be surprised if it isn't. And you know, I think this will be a precursor to an announcement.
We'll have to see, because I'll tell you now, you know, the situation in the UK changes daily. So BBC, this is what I'd say. I mean, BBC have to make a decision sooner rather than later anyway on this. So time is running out, in fairness. The end of the year, as Whittaker said, does look like a good target for them to aim for. But I even said it, if it were me, if there was a chance to film now, I would take that opportunity, because you don't know when you're going to get that opportunity again, and I'll try to get as much done as possibly can before.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because even if they start in November, they'll have to stop at a point for Christmas, so it's not like they can start and not stop filming. There will be a natural break.
Exactly. So if they were to film in 2 weeks, it makes sense, because then they'd have a good 6 week run to take a break for Christmas, come back in the new year, or come back even a couple of days after Christmas if they had to, you know, which I doubt they'd actually let them stay away from their families over the second crib. But with the lockdown, see, we don't know. Apparently Jodie Whittaker and Monique Gill and all the rest of them are supposed to be in a bubble, living in a bit of a bubble, the filming. Even TV shows. I mean, I've been watching Gogglebox. The cast of Call of Duty are actually living together.
Did you? Oh, that was so much fun.
Wasn't it? But,
yeah, because I love Line of Duty, so I follow some of the social media, and you can tell on social media that he's the older guy with the glasses. He's the dad, just naturally on set, and on that show, he looked like the grumpy dad. The two of them were like kids.
I just loved him. He was brilliant all the way through when they were laughing. He just turned around.
He just looked at them, didn't he? Like,
he just gave them a look. But that's what I'm saying. These people are in a bubble. So if Jodie Whittaker is filming, she's in a bubble somewhere with Monique Gill and whoever else is going to be starting.
I know, but she can't be filming because she did a live interview on radio. What was it?
But was that
Radio 6?
yeah, but was that a live interview?
Yeah, it was live.
Yeah, they can say it's live on air. It doesn't necessarily have to be live. They could have done a pre-record and attendance of it. How would we know?
You're the expert, love. Was it? Oh, well, you're causing trouble, love.
Seriously, in fairness, though, right? Think about it. They could pre-record that, right? The DJ come on and say, welcome, and we have and we're about to interview with Miss Whittaker. She's come into the studio, right? And then all you just have to do is just switch the tape, bang, there's the interview. People think it's live. At the end of the interview, he comes on, and that was the wonderful Jodie Whittaker. Thanks for coming into the studio today. We'll see you again, blah, blah, blah. But it was a pre-record.
Well, from a number of people, they said it was live. So, but at the end of the day, we're doing it again. We don't know until BBC say out.
Exactly. And look, even if it was live, then your point actually comes into effect. Then if it was live and she was in that studio, well, then she's not in the bubble. So it would suggest then that they still haven't started filming yet.
So the classic 80s fanboy asks, so would you rather watch this era of Doctor Who or Class? The answer is neither. But if I was forced to, Class, because at least it's got a real doctor in it, at least for one
Class is actually not as bad as people make out.
Oh, I didn't like it.
It is a bit woke, but there was some genuinely good stories in there, I think. Good concepts. And I think, I keep saying it, but that ending to Class is probably one of the greatest cliffhangers that we've had in the Doctor Who universe. I mean, nobody's seen it coming. I certainly didn't, and I watched the series several times. I did not see the ending come. And you know what? Then Big Finish got hold of it. right? But because something got to do with the main show, they couldn't actually continue the story on Big Finish. So they did a completely different thing when they brought them back for the audience, which annoyed me. So yeah, at the end, and not listen, right? I'm telling you right now, some of the stories they're all over the place. But when you get to the end, you get to that cliffhanger. For me, it's worth it. It's worth it. You just don't see it coming, and it's just your mind is just blown. My mind was just blown, and that's the one thing. This is why I've always said, if they were to bring it back, I wouldn't be as harsh as everybody else, because I want to see a resolution to that cliffhanger. I'm sorry, but if we
They
don't get
put it in a death slot too, which is what I hated about it. Why the hell? I know they would never do. I know they would never do it, but if it had been me scheduling, instead they were booking on at like quarter to 11 at night. Why the hell not put it on at bloody 8 o'clock at BBC Two or something?
yeah.
Why not do that?
Yeah, see, here was the big problem with Class is that after it was written and stuff, the promotion for it was actually non-existent.
Yeah.
They put a trailer on, I think, BBC one time, and that was it. And I watched it. Listen, when the fourth episode premiered, I actually watched it. Listen, the Doctor's cameo, while great, did seem out of place in this show, and I said that as much. But they do give a little nod to Clara in it as well. And there's a scene in it where Peter Capaldi walks over to the board where all the teachers' names that have passed away or whatever, and he sees Clara's name, and you can see him; he gets upset. So it's.
I know. I remember that scene, but I think it would have.
He was supposed to forget, if you remember. He was supposed to forget, but when he looks at the wall and sees Clara's name, you could definitely see that he sat and he reacts to it, and he just turns around real quick and then does his doctory thing. But it hit him, so something in his subconscious, that name triggered something. But I love his cameo. It is out of place. But listen, the fourth episode is as gruesome as you'll ever see. Someone's leg gets chopped off in the fourth fucking episode. It's actually quite gruesome. It was even more gruesome than Torchwood. The problem is they tried to aim at teenagers, right? But they tried to aim at the American side because they were using words like, in Ireland and England, we use the word Debs. Right, that's what you call the girls when they go out get a dress up, right? But in America, they call it a fucking. What do they call it in America? Again, when they go on a date with a bloke, what's that called again?
I was gonna say, is it a date?
No, not a date. There's a name for it. What's the name? Girls make it the prom. Right?
Oh yeah, that's American prom.
So in Ireland and England, that's called the Debs. But in this show, they decided that they'd use that lingo. So it's an English show using American terminology.
Oh no, they've got proms in the UK now, apparently.
Oh, is that what it is now?
I know.
Well, it used to be called Debs, right? I'm old-fashioned, right? But they start using American lingo in a British show in Wales. It did.
I had that growing up when I was at school. Thank God.
It was strange.
In Wales. Was it in Wales? It was in Wales, wasn't it? Wales. Yeah.
You call it prom. It was always called a formal up where I am. A formal.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, my sister had a formal. We had a prom.
Wow. For different.
I still think Class would have been perfect if you had it. You know who I would have loved to have seen in it? Sophie Aldred. Why the hell could she not have been on doing the Catherine? I know Catherine Kelly was brilliant, don't get me wrong. But I think, the only way that did you launch the spin-off, like, at least with the likes of the Sarah Janes, not your Jane, Sarah Jane, Torchwood, Captain Jack, why the hell could they not have put Sophie Aldred in the new Class or something?
That could have worked. It could have been interesting.
Do you know? Do you remember they did the trailer with her in it, and I thought this is brilliant. This is brilliant, man. They should do a spin-off with Ace. Remember when we got that trailer for the classic one?
Yeah.
Chibnall had took his break, or the Chaos in Cardiff thing, because what was his name was
McTeague.
Yeah,
Pete McTeague.
Yeah, it was the one that did the trailer, and it's normally the showrunner that does it, but he did the trailer, and we got the whole Sophie. And I even said after that, That is Brit. That would make a good shot. Then she came out with all the rhetoric. Then after that,
I know, right?
Yeah.
But I think that Ace as a character should have had. I mean, we had the whole Paul McGann the Eighth Doctor thing resolved, but we never really got any resolution for Ace's character. She just wandered off with the Doctor, and that's it. I know we got all the Big Finish stuff, but for TV canon, it would have been nice to have addressed it somewhere in the last few years.
It was originally supposed to be in, was it series 6 of the Sarah Jane Adventure she was supposed to be in? I think.
Right, so here we go. Children in Need. So it says this year's Children in Need celebrates its 40th anniversary, culminating in this very special evening of live television from Strictly Come Dancing to EastEnders and Doctor Who. The fundraising spectacular jam-packed with exclusive sketches, exciting performances, music, dance, and a few surprises. So there you go. It's going to be presented and hosted by Alex Scott, who is a footballer.
We miss you, Wogan.
I can't beat Uncle Terry.
Mel, this is going to have a diverse hosting team this year.
Oh, of course it is.
Alex Scott, by the way, is the one who's rumored to be replacing Sue Barker on A Question of Sport. Now, Alex Scott is a women's footballer who they shoehorned into Match of the Day once in a while because they wanted more female representation. But she also fits into this whole thing that BBC's going to be doing with all of this Black Lives Matter crap because she happens to be a black person as well. So again, you can already see with Children in Need that they're going to diversify. Terry Wogan was Children in Need. Children in Need should only have one presenter, one host, and then the rest of the other presenters, which is the ones that they'll be on. So I know it's obviously going to be different to other years because of the current situation that we're in. But Terry Wogan, see again, when all these presenters pass away and then they get replaced, it's never the same anyway. But this is gonna listen. I'm not gonna watch this. I'll watch the Doctor Who segment. I'll record it, watch the Doctor Who segment, and then I'll do a video on it. I'll let you know if it was any. Well, if you watch it live, that's up to you yourselves. But I certainly won't be watching this rubbish.
Well, the charity's now being used as politically now. They've got politically directed charities that they're funding now. Obviously it's the BBC, so you check and see what charities are getting what. I would personally advise to support other children's charities, and so at least you know where your money's going.
It's something I was just thinking, if it is anything on Children in Need, it would probably be another Girl Making Great, as David Blythe called it.
That's literally what David just said. Let's hope it's one. I can see it just being that. Chibnall seems to be averse. Oh, sorry. Chibnall seems to be averse to releasing anything trailer-wise or any hype until literally the last hour. It feels like before it's supposed to go out.
Yeah, and the casual audience are not going to be paying attention. They've gone. No. You've lost them, Chibnall. Well done.
I wonder what Jodie Whittaker will do this year for Children in Need. I know
they'll probably drag out another girl and,
Well, in fairness now, right? I have to be honest with you, right? A lot of people criticised her for that last year, right? And to be honest, it got a bit nasty. And I actually came out and defended that because I'll tell you why. Could you imagine if that was, say, one of us as a kid and say it was a John Pertwee or a Tom Baker, right? They're air doctors, right? And we were a kid and we were that. You could clearly see that girl was delighted to see her idol. That was, whether we like it or not, that little girl loved Jodie Whittaker being the Doctor, and you could tell.
Well, it's nice they found one. I mean, that's something.
This is why I came out and defended it, because you can't take that away from that little girl. No matter what we think personally about Jodie Whittaker, or no matter the reasons why it was done, Lee, we've got to look at her from the point of view of the little girl. If that was one of us, and that was their favourite Doctor, and we were that kid, we would be the same, right? So we're not involved, you know, that kid is not involved in all of the nonsense that's going on with fandom, right?
Oh, listen, I'm not saying that at all. I'm literally just saying.
I'm just telling you the reasons why I felt compelled last year to actually defend that. Now, I did take the piss out of the song that she did, and I got an awful lot of backlash for that. But I did actually get out of that. Anybody singing Coldplay's Yellow, I know it's our favourite band, but come on. I mean,
well, that says it all. I mean, it's one of the most blandest bands in the history of the world.
Auto-tune was heavily used, and I did actually criticise that. But I'm not going to criticise Jodie Whittaker having a young fan there, and no matter what the reasons were, that little girl was absolutely delighted to see her idol, and you know, it unfortunately. You know, that little girl, as you said, Lee, she's not a true representation of the whole fandom, unfortunately. There's a lot of little girls out there.
Well, as I said, I spoke to a girl her age from the cast of the audio that I'm doing, and she said she just thought Jodie Whittaker was doing a bad David Tennant impression. She wasn't impressed at all. No, so for everyone that we see on Children in Need, there's about, I don't know how many others who go eye roll, you know.
No, I think the problem is we've had two previous showrunners that at any opportunity they could, they would generate hype for this show.
Yeah, they would. They'd use
any opportunity.
It's cynical. It's tokenism again. You know, this is what we're calling out. We're not calling out diversity. That's something we've said over and over and over again. We're calling out the cynical employment of using it in a divisive manner.
Exactly. It's not done for the right reasons. It's done because all BBC want to do is tick boxes. And I'm sorry, that's the harsh reality. That's all they want to do. We get criticised for saying that or get called white supremacists by other YouTubers out there that punch down. Won't punch up against any bigger YouTubers, but will punch down against the little man. But we do highlight these things. And the reason why we highlight these things is because we genuinely care about everybody. And if you're going to represent people, you should do it with respect and you should do it properly. They don't. A lot of these studios around the world also do the same thing. They don't respect any of the so-called groups that they say that they're representing. And I'm sorry, if you want to call us a white supremacist for calling this rubbish out, go ahead, you leftist shill. Because at the end of the day, you'll pander to anybody. We don't pander to people, right? People earn their place in this world, like us all. Right? You earn respect. You earn your place in society, and you don't get things handed to you. You work hard to get the things that you want.
You want to know?
Some of these people are being used, right? They're not earning, and it's not their fault, right? Because they're being used as pawns. They don't. You know, I mean, if someone hands you a job, you're not going to turn it down, are you? No, of course you're not. I mean, that's why I always say about Jodie Whittaker, and people do disagree with me on this one, but when she was asked, do you want to play the role of the Doctor, right? Nobody's going to turn that down. Nobody's going to turn it down. So I don't blame her for not turning it down. She should have turned it down, because if she's any actress worth her grain and salt, she would say, well, okay, I've got a body of work, but I don't think I'm quite ready to take the role of the Doctor. Maybe one day when I have a few more projects under my CV and I can prove that I can take on the role. Right, we still might have had a problem with a female Doctor, but I don't think we'd be going hard on Jodie Whittaker as we have been, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, after she even got the role, then she started coming out with all this rhetoric. She just couldn't, you know, it wasn't enough that she was handed the role. She then felt like she had to gloat about what this meant, taking this role, and how that when she was a little girl, she was in the corner and all the boys got the role. You never heard of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Xena Warrior Princess, Ellen Ripley, Sarah Connor. What else? What else have we got? Shows in the like Bewitched back in the day. No, it's not sci-fi, but we're talking about leading ladies. You mean to tell me there was no leading ladies? Where about what's her name? Angelina Jolie and Lara Croft. No women in leading roles, Jodie. No, you were all in the corner. Right? She said it's all for the male gaze and all of this rubbish. Get away. Right? And then she does a video, right, where she makes fun of all the fans. Right?
What about all the lesbians who enjoyed Leela? Just saying.
Yeah, true. I mean, look, it's ridiculous. All this fake narrative that gets banded about. We've already disproven all their bull. Doctor Who classic era was diverse. They tried to say it wasn't. They say it's racist. It isn't. Right? It was the time it was in, and if you folks can't get the fact that that's the way things were back in the day, we're not like that now. Get over yourselves, right? You just want the warning on an episode, fine. I don't give a shit, but he's aren't going to erase history. He's aren't going to try retcon to show what Chris Chibnall's trying to do.
Yeah, if they love Doctor Who so much, why do they spend so much time celebrating trying to change everything about it? I just don't, you know.
It's funny. You have this new generation of fans who come into these fandoms and proclaim they love a property, but then they spend 90% of their time highlighting stuff they don't like.
Yeah, and trying to change it because.
And it's like, well, why do you even watch this at this point?
I can tell you why. They're insecure about themselves, right? So they project their own insecurities on the fandom, and then they want the writing to reflect. Listen, they were very vocal when Whittaker was cast, and you know, some of them got themselves into positions very clever. Actually, it was all planned. Listen, I think this whole female thing. I'm being honest. I suspect Moffat would have stayed on if BBC hadn't continued to push their agenda on his stories. I do.
It's these people who claim that Jodie is the best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah,
He's the best doctor ever. They have their own narrow minded view of things. They're in their own wee bubble, and they see things from that way. And if it's not to their liking, if it doesn't suit them, if it's no good to anybody else, it's the case of fuck you. This is the way I'm doing things. If you don't like it, go to hell. They're basically trying to tell the fans, like me, you, the whole lot of us here, listen, times are changing, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out. You're coming in.
I'm just going to read you out a definition of a word. Okay, just going to read you out a definition of the word, and I want to throw it out there. I want to see who comes back with the word that I'm describing in the definition. Okay, so the first person who tells me what the word is, this is the definition, and I want you to also think who this reminds you of. Okay,
right.
Here we go. Noun. A person who is ostensibly or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic towards a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
Right. I would say the word is bigot, but I'll say Nazi.
Well, yeah, you got it right, and so did. It is bigot. So let's just think about who particularly ostensibly is attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, and who is prejudiced and antagonistic towards people on the basis of membership of a particular group. Who does that remind you of?
I think I know who it reminds you of who. I think.
Yeah.
It's not difficult.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with the female doctor, and me and Gary, who are actually chatting in one of Rabbi's streams about this, in the chat, and it's that the female doctor should be, if you think about character development and the history of what happens when the doctor has a massive change in his body through regeneration, the female doctor should probably be one of the most introspective, one of the most character development heavy incarnations we've ever had.
Yes.
Because if you think about, we went from a young face to an old face with Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
And we had the whole "Am I a Good Man" arc. And I think quite a few people read that as that was a reaction to the body change in a sense, because he was incredibly vulnerable again. He was showing his age again, and he wasn't sure of himself. So if you can have a whole arc literally based off just your age changing, you should have one of the most complex, interesting arcs possible with a female doctor.
No, absolutely spot on. Again, absolutely.
Because it's such a fundamental change that her first season, should have just he did. That's the thing. He didn't need to do technically like an arc like Russell T or Moffat. He could have literally just had a full season of her working out.
Even
Okay,
Joanna
I'm now
Lumley got that
female.
right. Joanna Lumley got that right in the spoof. You know,
Yep.
the first thing she did was look down and grab herself and go, "What's this? I've got bumps."
No, but it should just think about it. Like, you've been a male for thousands of years at that point. I can't remember the age because Moffat made it stupid. But you've been a male for that amount of years. You're if anything, the Jodie's Doctor or the 13th Doctor should be one of the most unhinged.
It's because
doctors.
Moffat was probably forced to write that scene with Bill, where he said, you know, we're not preoccupied with gender and gender stereotypes. I mean, it was just so cut and paste.
No, but that's the thing. It's like this incarnation, if you think about it on a writing sense, should be almost unhinged. They should be like really self-doubting and nervous and not.
Well, you suddenly got a sudden rush of estrogen or whatever the Time Lord equivalent is. Surely that would change your mentality completely.
The only thing that we got to even address the whole situation was that one line when she says, 20 minutes ago I was an old Scotsman or something.
An angry old Scotsman.
Yes, and that was it. That was his whole, right, so we've addressed it. That's done now. We'll just move on. Now, I do know people personally that actually have no problem with that, the fact that they didn't make a big deal out of it. But I've always maintained, and I will say this, if you're going to make a big change like that, I'm sorry. You need to explain that shit.
Yeah, and not only that, it's offensive to women. Because if you're going to make a big deal out of changing the sex of the main character from a male to a female, why then are they so absolutely afraid to express any form of femininity? Not feminism, femininity. Why is that so toxic to
I've got
these people?
something to tell you. So we sent a message. I sent those photographs to Eddie. All right. And he says, I actually tweeted him yesterday and Twitter took them down.
Oh, that's interesting.
But you just took them off of Twitter, didn't you?
Oh, no, I didn't post them on Twitter yet. I sent.
No, but the pictures. I mean, didn't you just get those off of Twitter, Marty?
Yeah, I did. I got that photo off Twitter. The picture of Jodie.
Oh, but you didn't take it from his account. You took it from someone who reposted an image.
Yeah.
Okay, so the original image has been taken down by the original poster. Is that what we're hearing?
That's what I think has happened, yeah. I know that fella is on Instagram.
Yeah, I was going to say,
he got a hold of that photograph yesterday, like a lot of people see.
But it's still up on Instagram,
right? It's still. I don't know if it's still up on Instagram. Because I think Emma just sent me the stuff from Instagram there a while back. This was on his account, and he said it was taken down off his account.
Yeah.
So maybe he did say something.
Yeah, Eddie does have, as you know, he's openly said that he has contact with him and the other stuff. So if he has put this up and someone has seen it and Twitter has taken it down, why would Twitter take it down though? Right now, again, it is possible because it's happened to me. You can have something taken down, but you'll see that it'll appear on someone else's account, and you're like, well, why did it get taken down off my account? And then you ask Twitter, and they're like, oh, well, we didn't see that. Then it ends up being taken down. But I don't know. That's a bit of a weird one.
See what happens, mate.
I've put up tweets before, though, that I thought were taken down, and I won't see them on my profile. And then I'll go through, and then someone will respond to it, and I'll look, and then there it is there. I don't know if it's a glitch either. So he's saying it was taken down. I wouldn't say, Eddie doesn't, there'd be no reason for him to lie, But that is weird if they took it down. So he put that photo up yesterday, apparently. So, yeah. So this guy has Instagram, if that's what you call it. I don't know what the equivalent is. Re-Instagram this photograph. because the comments, I'm looking at the comments again. I mean, the comments are saying 4 hours ago, right? If this was, as we showed earlier, the photograph, right? We showed the original photograph was put up on the 27th of October 2016. But he's retweeted it, he's resent this, right? And the comments are from 4 hours ago. Now, we received this at 8, obviously, so 8:21. So 4 hours ago from that was 4 o'clock this afternoon. So he put that up at 4 o'clock this afternoon with the tag Doctor Who. It's season 3. Ah, see, we didn't even notice. See, he even says that there's season 3. She's on our 3rd season. Season 3 of Jodie Whittaker era. Very excited as well. I can't wait to see where the Doctor goes. If the photograph was taken in 2016, he wouldn't be saying season 3. He would be saying season 2016.
We're more excited about when she's going, not not where she goes, but when.
Yeah, so where she goes next. Yeah, no, yeah. So yeah, so he did only do that. So he is confirming that they're gearing up. Because he says it there. We should have even noticed there ourselves because I pulled it up. It says Doctor Who. He actually puts it up there, D3W, right? And then he puts Doctor Who. It's season 3 of Jodie Whittaker's era. Now, if he put that photograph up in 2016, as I said, he wouldn't be putting up. We're gearing up the film for season 3. He'd be saying season 1, wouldn't he? Because 2016, that was season 1. So he'd be saying season 1, but he's not. He's saying season 3, which means that photo, he did only put that photo back up again. And he did say that 4 hours ago. Well, 8 hours ago now. 4 hours ago. 5 hours ago. So 5 hours ago, he did put it up. So Doctor Who, yeah. So I think it is happening. So there you go. And then Eddie says they took it down. Twitter took it down. Do you know what I'm going to do, actually? Everybody on Twitter, actually, who's on Twitter, I'm going to send you where the actual one where he says season 3. I want you to highlight it as well, yeah? Whack it up on Twitter and let's see, does Twitter take the photograph down? What do you reckon? Oh, there's a big explosion. Have I lost everybody?
No, it's Twitter, so I don't know what to do or else.
So there you go. It is. So it is happening.
Well, like I said, at New York, she said they were basically in pre-prep. What's the term?
Yeah, they were in
prep.
They were in prep. Yeah.
So it would make sense.
It would. So he's confirmed that our stylist has confirmed it. He says season 3 of Jodie Whittaker's era. He says it in black and white. It's in writing. So yeah. There we go. But it's going to be interesting now to see what we will get, though. You know, because RTD and when they filmed, they always gave us something. Did someone say you had a black screen for 2 seconds? Oh, damn. Oh, damn, oh, damn, oh, damn. This could be true, guys. If I listen, by the way, I just want to say, if this stream does get taken down, then you know it's happening. But here's the thing.
I know, right? But they couldn't really do that if he's posted that on Instagram.
What I was going to bloody say. Why would they? Yeah, why are the only targeting? Would you want to be getting onto our stylist then? Wouldn't he?
He's like the cat out of the bag.
Bleeding idiots going after Twitter account. Go after our stylist. He's after giving it away. Bleeding idiot. What
that makes me think actually we were giving way too much credit that this was like the BBC actually being clever and doing a drip feed.
Hold on, I'll find out. Do us a favour, Lee. Some people are saying in the chat, did we get ghosted? Can you know how to check that, don't you?
Well, I mean, I'm on it, so I find it. I don't know if it. I mean, it should. I mean, I've got all the notifications on. I mean, it didn't seem ghosted to me when it started. Maybe it is now, but who knows? I don't think there's a way of checking.
I just quickly say, Emma, don't worry, love. Nothing's your fault. You sent this, and this was one of public Instagram, so they can't.
Even your fault. Sure, I could have found it on Twitter myself if I had a look.
So don't get worried, love.
Listen, it's not the first time BBC have targeted this channel, so don't. It's not your fault. So don't.
It's public information on Instagram anyway, so it's if Noel's reporting on it, it's nothing else.
Silas is the idiot, so it's not your fault. You just actually came because you had the news. Marty said something, and you went along with Marty, and you found it, and you brought it forward. That's it. That's what we do on this channel. Sometimes I get information off guys like you as well, and I put it out there. So don't be worrying. You did a great job. Well done. And if you ever get any more stuff like that, or you see anything like that, send it to me so I can let people know what's going on with the show. So
Alpha Omega says he got no notifications.
Well, there you go. There you go. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know why they're targeting a small little channel like mine for. Obviously, I must be getting something right. That's all I'll say on that one.
Yeah, so like we said, probably BBC pretty soon will announce them. We think.
Well, I'm going to put this up now later in video form because I'm going to let everybody else know that it's gearing up now. So there we go. Filming to begin soon, according to Whitaker's stylist. I'm going to get him to blame. Yeah, I'm not taking credit for this crap. I'm not the one that leaked this, you idiot. This doesn't make sense to me. This does not make sense to me. I said it, didn't I, though? Like, he put something out there. He's going to know that her fans are looking at this. BBC, where are you, man? You need to be coming out with something because the cat is out.
They need to pretty damn soon now.
You know what? I'm going to actually let someone asked me, was there any Doctor Who news? And they do articles that go out wide to the fandom. I'm going to send them this photograph.
Oh, come on! This was orchestrated. No two ways about it.
But I don't care. I want to get it out there now in the public eye, because the sooner this era is over, and I do believe that she won't stay. Personally, I think she will move on, and I think it will be the right decision for her. I think she can still salvage her career. Listen, she's producing her own stuff anyway, so she has plans beyond Doctor Who, and I've been told as well that when the theatres open back up, there's plans, extensive theatre plans as well. Now that's if the theatres ever open up again, of course, because we've seen the situation there. I mean, isn't it funny? We can go this lockdown starting to make no sense to me. Like, you can go into certain restaurants and stuff like that, but yet you won't let people go and watch concerts, football matches, or go into theatres, right? Cinemas or anything like that.
No, it's ridiculous, right? Because of the tier I'm in, because my area now is tier 3 or whatever, I think. My sister, who literally lives like 5 minutes away, cannot come in the house. She has to come into our back garden to speak to us.
Yeah. Look,
it's now winter weather here, so it's like we're all sat freezing in the back garden.
She says she's no interest in theatre. Actually, Emma, she started in a play. When was it? Was it a year ago or something? And I think she's gotten the old bug. She said she really enjoyed it. And anybody will tell you this, though. Any actor that's playing the Doctor won't actually come out and say that they're interested in kind of doing other stuff. They concentrate on the show, and then when it's time to leave, then they start coming out saying, yeah, well, I've had my time, good time now, I have plans to do this. She wouldn't come out and say, but listen, that's what I've been told, and listen, I got told that filming hadn't begun, so it's from the same source. So if they're telling me that she has plans beyond Doctor Who, I would say there's a possibility. I'm not saying 100%, but I'm saying there's a possibility if the rumor and speculation is out there. Go ahead.
There's no way that she's signed up. She is staying, in my opinion, she's staying for Series 13. She's going. There's no way she's staying up for Series 14 or Series 15, as some people have been suggesting. There's no way that she's signed up for that. I can't see it happening at all. How could you commit? If you're not going to be filming now, say if they do get this done right, and for whatever reason, say this whole crap picks up again once they finish filming. Do you think she's going to want to hang around and hang to that role?
That's what I mean. And just wait until she knows when. No actor or actress worth a grain of salt would hang around because they've got a career. So someone's stream is interfering. Oh, we got two people muted. It's probably Lee checking out to see if I'm ghosted or something. Is it?
No, I muted to see if it was me because Tech loves me.
Not you. So we'll go with Lee next.
What?
Right, it's not Lee. Right. So Marty, you unmute yourself there for just a second.
Yep.
See, it's gone now. It's gone now. One of the other streams or something or the same stream was interfering.
It was like an echo. I think some streams have been having that of late, though.
Yeah, see, there it's back again.
That's on Marty's end.
Yeah, must be me.
Guilty.
Let me see. Let me see if I can fix it. Give me 2 seconds.
Get some headphones. That'll fix it.
Wow.
It's like being in a cave.
Yeah,
Is that any better?
Yes. I think.
Good.
We don't sunshine when she's gone.
And also, I can't see her personally staying beyond Series 13 if already in her own merchandise they have to put Tennant in. Like you can't have a doctor.
Series 13.
She's not selling. She's not drawing in the audience. It's the end of the line. Get over it. Move on. Salvage your career. Go off and do some wonderful things. It's not going to do her any good in the long run. She'll always be associated with the fall of Doctor Who. And that is not a good look. Any optics.
Especially when it's not all her fault, as we've all said.
Definitely not all her fault. It's Chibnall and Wenger and the stupid people that they hired.
Listen, her brother is on Twitter, right? So he sees what's going on Twitter. He would see his sister's name trending, right? He will see that there has been a backlash because let's be honest, anytime there has the J-bots have come out with a hashtag in support of her. So there's no way that he's ignoring all of this, right? He is seeing that. I'd say he's been having a quiet word with her, right? Not telling her the extent, but telling her, yeah, there definitely is a resistance to this, and fans do want you to actually go. Now, I do believe that she has some integrity. I said that after I changed my opinion slightly on her, as I said, after I watched that Who Do You Think You Are? I grew to respect her, which kind of annoyed me because, I don't hate the woman. I just hate her portrayal of the Doctor. And it's one of those things that has always really got under my skin. Why did they need to do this? The show wasn't in trouble. It was the writing that was stale. But the thing about it is, I know for a fact her brother has to be telling her stuff. So if she has any sort of integrity, she will leave after Series 13 anyway, because number one, right, she can see how bad it's going. Number two, she can see that the BBC are not really promoting her anyway. And number three, if correct in say, if the rumor is true, apparently her and Chris Chibnall's relationship is not as rock solid as it was when she first got the role, because she has felt that she's been hung out to dry in some aspects. Now, if that's true, now I didn't hear the Whittaker interview, but some have listened to that radio interview, and some have suggested that she was throwing Chris Chibnall under the bus in certain parts of that interview. Now because I haven't heard it myself, I cannot say if that's true or not. But if that is, that's a telling sign that their relationship is not as rock solid as everybody thinks, and has been soured in some way. Series 11 chaos in Cardiff did happen. BBC Radio have admitted that there was problems during the production of Series 11, and it continued into Series 12. What were those problems? Nobody has ever come out and said what the problems were, right? So there's some sort of internal fighting going on. That part is true because it was confirmed by BBC Radio themselves when they say that there was problems during the production of Series 12 and that carried on Series 11 and that carried on into Series 12. That's them admitting that there's problems behind the scenes. And yeah, not many people actually last year when I brought it up, because I'm being honest, I was one of the very few channels that kept on top of this whole chaos in Cardiff thing. I got the video of Tolson Cole as well, if you remember that. We got the Instagram stuff and Manique doing strange things to her Twitter and her Instagram account. There was the whole chaos in Cardiff, the stuff that was coming out. Listen, we covered it all, right? Something happened. Chris Chibnall walked away, was convinced to come back. They sang Kumbaya. They sorted out whatever they had to, and they did Series 12. If you're telling me that those problems have gone away, I don't think they have. I don't think they have, and I think it's got to do with different factions within that show that are fighting each other and are resisting what Chris Chibnall is doing, and then obviously he's pushing back. And then they've got their supporters and so on and so on.
Well, they've heard a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing for a start, clearly.
Yeah, exactly. But why did he do that? I'll tell you why he did that. Because he could tell them what to do. Because they would be delighted to be working on a show like Doctor Who. I mean, most of them came from fucking Hollyoaks, for God's sake. Hollyoaks.
I'm talking about in general, because of the BBC's inclusion policy. So regardless of talent, which is racist, apparently. Listen, you're going to hire people who are hired purely on their skin color or sexual preference or whatever. You're not really getting the cream of the crop. What you're doing is you're just simply pandering and doing all that, but you're sabotaging your own show by getting people who are not qualified.
Yeah,
but he doesn't care about
qualification first. I'm sorry if that's racist,
but he's. I've said this. I think Chibnall is if there's one thing he's actually a bit canny or smart about, and I'm not taking the mick when I say this. I think it's being a businessman, because I think he knew by doing a female Doctor, her first series, it would have to be critic proof. Definitely, but more importantly, he knew by doing a female Doctor that anybody who spoke against him or the series would be labelled a sexist.
Well, that's entirely true. That's again shield to criticism. But the point is that's not a good business move. No. And as we've all seen, the mantra of "go woke, get woke, go broke" is true.
It is.
And that's not good business.
It's a good business model, because I think it's
a good activist model.
Well, maybe business isn't the right word then. I just think he knows he's got his faults with the writing and being creative.
To criticism, exactly.
So he's put all these tick boxes and other things around him.
So he appears virtuous when in fact he doesn't really give a shit. He's just doing this as a shield to criticism to his terrible production style.
I have to be honest, Emma here, as you know, is a Jodie Whittaker fan, and this is her comment, and this is interesting. Says, I think Jodie knows that Chris has thrown her under the bus, so she is doing it as well, and her husband's screenwriter, and he is not happy with Chris.
Well, good on you, love, if you are. You need to be throwing him underneath the bus.
Right, so if her husband is not happy, right, and she's not happy, well then why doesn't she just... It's not going to fix itself because Chris Chibnall is going to continue to use her. Why doesn't she just cut all ties and just leave and never have a working relationship with Chris Chibnall?
Contract.
Do you know
what? For 3 series.
Why doesn't she just go upstairs to the guys above him and say, listen, I want to stay in the show. I'm going to come out to the show. I'm signed up for the show, but I can't work with this guy anymore. This guy's giving me crap. He's giving me scripts I can't deal with. This. I think that this show has had better quality, deserves better quality it has now. I wanted to stay, but not with this guy. Get rid of him.
She's being underserved.
But
Underserved.
by the way, if she actually came out and said something like that, right, and we heard about it, and we actually, and it turned out to be true,
Huh?
I'd give her another season. Do you know
I would.
what? Because for once she showed a bit of balls. For once she actually fucking stood up for us all, and she actually sees where the problem is. And then, right, okay, fair enough then. Then she's left herself open, though, because if she does that then we're all going to focus on one thing and one thing only.
Her
right?
performance.
Because if she demands that better writers come in and then they do get them for her, and they got rid of Chris Chibnall by some miracle, right? Then the focus would all be on her acting. And looking at what I've seen her in, do I think she could still pull off the role of the Doctor?
No.
No.
I mean, it's not her fault. The point is she was miscast in the first place.
Yeah, she was.
The Doctor is a male role. Philip Hinchcliffe described the Doctor as an alien trying to be an eccentric Englishman, basically. So that is the character. That is the character. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree with that. That is the character. That is as set in stone as any of the great characters from James Bond to Sherlock Holmes and all the rest of it. It works best when it is as written by the original creator. And now there's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. But here, Emma asks us an interesting question. Will she have completed her contract if she leaves Christmas? Right. Well, if she leaves Christmas, technically speaking, no.
I was going to say it depends if it's series or years. If
Now,
it's 3 years,
contract.
then yes.
It's a 3-year contract, which we think it is. It's not a 3-series contract. It's a 3-year contract. Well, then, yeah, that contract runs out next month. So then that would mean she would have to renegotiate a new contract if she's staying on because of obviously the situation that we're in. Now, do I think she will sign a new contract for a year? Again, I don't see the logic in it. Listen, if this festive special, because we don't know, listen, even though we've seen some evidence to suggest that it's on Christmas Day, that's not necessarily set in stone, and we won't know until next month when the actual listings come out if it's set in stone. But if it's not set in stone, and say this episode festive special was to be shown New Year's Day, well then technically then she has done 3 years. Actually, she has already done 3 years.
I was going to say that's why I think it could be a series instead of years.
Series, but
contract extension, but I can't see it for another 3 years.
Because of the current situation, exactly, they might have to renegotiate that contract. Right now, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know how they do things with contract-wise, but logically speaking, if she signed up for 3 series, I'll say, and that's the original contract, they'll just keep it like that, but they'll probably make some changes to it because of the situation that we're in. So there might be, for example, so she signed up for 3 series, but because of the pandemic, she hasn't been able to fulfill that. But she might want to go and do other stuff, like she has been doing, like Who Do You Think You Are? Now, I know that was a BBC show, but she still had to get permission to do that. So if she wants to do other stuff, she'll probably make sure that that's put in the contract that if she does her final year, she's allowed to appear in other stuff because she's already, because the contract is being extended because of the current situation that we're in. Now, that's logically how I do it. But obviously we don't know how many years she actually signed up for, because First, we got the whole 7-year thing, right? Oh, she was going to be the longest serving doctor and all of this. Then we got told, no, it's what every doctor gets. It's an initial 3-year, 3 series contract. And then after that, then it's open. And we've seen what happened with Capaldi. You know, so when if they get to the 3 years and they think that the actor or actress is not performing, they will give them the boot. They had no problem giving Peter Capaldi the boot. So I don't know. Listen, we won't know until BBC make it official. But if we're going by the hairstylist, then she's doing a third series. So that'd be our.
Can I ask a question? Do you think? Because I've been going around with this idea in my head, especially if because of the delay filming. Do you think they could do a mid-series regeneration?
Yes,
it's possible.
I think we could.
I think
it's because I think Chibnall likes also giving surprises, so I wouldn't put it past him.
I think anything is possible within the Chris Chibnall era, and especially the time that we're in now. Anything is open right now. The one thing that we can say is the stylist has actually confirmed that they're gearing up now. They're getting ready to do the third season. So Emma asked, will she complete her contract? She's leaving Christmas. Well, we could kind of dismiss that if we go by the hairstylist. The hairstylist is saying that she's in her third season. So, you know, that for me would be her contract fulfilled. And I don't see her signing. If that's the original contract, right, I don't see her signing another one. I don't see the logic for her personally as an actress that loves acting, that, you know, wants to work. Because after Series 13, she doesn't know then, and nobody will know in the BBC when they finish filming that, when they're going to be able to film Series 14. And there's no way that she's going to sign a contract unless she's given a definite date. And then if that gets pushed back again, right, like this series has, if that gets pushed back, I'm telling you, she's not going to hang around. It'll hurt her more than anything else. If this era hasn't already hurt her staying on any longer than she should will. Do the 3 years and go. Listen, you gave it your best shot. You are miscast, as Lee said. Not all your fault. You could have made the situation easier for yourself if you hadn't come out with half of the stuff that you come out with. But listen, at the end of the day, do your 3 years. She was given this advice anyway, right? Not by Patrick Troughton, some idiot suggested it. But she was given this advice. Do your 3 seasons and leave. And that would be my advice to her. Do your 3. You've done your best, right? Your best, unfortunately, for Doctor Who fans is not good enough, but that's not your fault, right? But do your 3 years. And you know what? I hope in some aspects that she can go out on a high. You know, I mean, look, no matter what we say about what she said, you know, what she's done, you know, the writing has been piss poor for 2 years, right? And she's suffered because of it, right? She deserves at least one decent fucking story before she leaves the show.
But the next series is going to be taken up by explaining the Timeless Child, so it's not going to give her anything.
I know, she's not even going to get it, and that's why I kind of can have some sympathy for her to a certain extent. But
especially if the rumour's true that he's going to add more Doctors next series.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah. And
she's going to be the last on the list.
Well, apparently there's going to be classic villains featured. The Draconians is a name that's being thrown around. The Sea Devils have been thrown around again. I've also been told Davros. There was even rumours that Rory and Amy, the rumours of Billy Piper returning, River Song returning. Captain Jack is almost a shoe-in at this stage. I don't even know why people are still like going around acting as if this is still just a rumour. I mean, he's going to be in it again. That cameo wasn't it, right?
Do you think he's in for the entire special, or do you think he's in for part of it?
See, here's the thing. I don't think he's going to be in this entire special. I think he's. I'm being honest. I don't think he's going to be in much of it, but I think he's going to feature very heavily if Series 13 is kicking off, like the spoiler said. I think he's going to feature very heavily in Series 13. I wouldn't be surprised if River comes back, and I won't be surprised if Rose comes back, because they'll probably have to help this incarnation to sort out this children nonsense, or try find out what the master done or whatever. And as Davros once called them, the children of time.
I was going to say, so it's basically ripping off Stolen Earth if they do that.
It's going to be interesting, to see if Barman is in the special, and this is one thing I've mentioned for a bit, and nobody's really seen me all about it.
Who?
It's going to be interesting how they deal with him at the end of that episode. How's he going to disappear at the end of the episode? How are they going to write him out for the episode? Are they going to drop and head the torchwood? Are they going to surprise everyone and bring him in for Series 13? I think it's going to be interesting to see what way they leave Captain Jack at the end of the episode.
No, what will happen? He'll appear either at the beginning to help discover what the Daleks are doing, or he'll be at the end as like a big, everything's down, we're all going to lose, and then Captain Jack will appear. Yeah,
someone did do a photoshopped image of him with a Dalek, and they tried to make it out that this is in the special. I think he will. I think he'll appear probably near the end when they leave it on a cliffhanger, which I believe they will. They'll leave the special on a cliffhanger, and we'll have to wait until Series 13 films. I do believe Captain Jack will feature heavily in Series 13, and I'll tell you why. They need to bring in numbers. They think by bringing him back, because let's be honest, even though we knew it was happening, we did, and we were kind of annoyed because we knew it was only going to be shoehorned in for the reason for ratings. It actually did work. The ratings did actually spike when Captain Jack.
Not by much.
But they didn't last.
No, it's but Lee, that I know it's not much, but it's still spiked, and that's the way BBC will look at it. So they'll look at that as a
look at it any way they like.
And then they'll say, right, well, listen, you've kind of had a shit run of it. Let's bring back Captain Jack. We got a bit of a spike there. That'll work. Yeah, let's bring him back.
I reckon personally, I wonder will they have a scene with him in the TARDIS. I reckon they will, because most of his filming is done indoors anyway, so I reckon there'll probably be a scene with him.
Yeah.
TARDIS. Maybe, hey, he knows how to fly the TARDIS. Maybe he gets the TARDIS back for Jodie Whittaker. He gets the TARDIS back for her. Who knows?
I don't know what.
No, they won't have a man rescuing.
Oh no!
Even if he is a gay man or pansexual, whatever they call it.
Captain Jack is a character that I hold dear. Right, I'm a fan of Torchwood. I know there's not many fans of Torchwood, but I'm a fan of Torchwood. Right, I'm a fan of Captain Jack. The first time I seen him, obviously, like you all, when he was in he appeared in The Empty Child, The Doctor Dances. I was hooked. He was just so charismatic. He was. He knew he made him. I loved it because the character development of Captain Jack in those 2 episodes alone, and then when you see him later on, when the Doctor saves him, and then you see them in Boomtown, and you can see the friendship that they've Captain Jack, as far as I'm concerned, is like Harry in Classic Who. You can't have Classic Who without Harry, and you can't have New Who without Captain Jack. And my fear is we see in the cameo, it was shoehorned in, and it was upsetting for me personally, because he's such an iconic character, and why is he bringing them back? He's only bringing them back for views. So I'm very worried about what they do with Captain Jack, because whatever they do is going to pale in comparison to what Moffat and to what RTD did with that character.
Yeah.
That's why I don't want Captain Jack back. But we know, look, it's a guarantee at this stage. This, I wouldn't even say, is rumor and speculation anymore. There's just so much noise around it. And there was a photo put up as well, as we all seen, where he was sitting down. Now, some suggested that was for his cameo, but he wouldn't be sitting down with Jodie Whittaker. and he was sitting down with Jodie Whittaker doing this. So there's something in it. Unless it was a scene that we haven't seen that they filmed while he was there. Here's something, it's just at the popping into my head. What if he didn't only film his cameo at the time, but filmed other scenes?
Oh, yeah, I would say that would make sense. If he did his cameo and then he filmed the stuff for the special in the same block.
But
yeah.
The cameo was so short that wouldn't have took long to do or film or set up, right? So,
and they did it all back to back, didn't they? So I mean, it's
and not only that, we do know that there was more filming done. Remember, we've all been told about this secret regeneration, right? What if Captain Jack is there when it's happening? What if it's a fake?
Maybe he's the timeless child and he's going to regenerate. Ta-da! And he can turn into the face of Bo because...
Well done. You just gave Chris Chibnall his seconds to get away.
Yeah, and I saw
it goes to show how easy it is to pluck these ideas out your ass.
No, you're right. You're right.
And I saw Emma's comment, and I think he's going to do a fake out regeneration because it's copying Moffat and Davies, and it would. And that's where I think the more I've thought about it, I think that's where all the rumor of the regeneration came from, because somebody saw it, didn't know it was a fake out, and thought it was real.
Well, we still don't know whether it's a real or fake regeneration, which that's the only thing that's exciting me.
Come on, it's going to be a fake out.
We all know that exists, right? We all know. Everybody spoke about it, even on the other side as well. So if they come out and try to deny it now, they spoke about it at the time as well, and you were panicking. Right, so they can't all turn around and say that it's not true all of a sudden, right? Listen, it happened, whether it's a fake regeneration or it is a regeneration, or I don't know. I've just got a funny feeling what he's going to do is the end of the special. He's going to leave it on the fake regeneration.
Yeah, he is.
Right,
that makes sense.
But then,
just to really fucking divide the fandom even more.
That makes sense of why we haven't gotten any announcement on Series 13.
Could we have I can almost picture like a scene similar to the Stolen Earth, where instead of Rose and the 10th Doctor meeting, we see the 13th Doctor and Captain Jack run towards each other, and she gets exterminated by a Dalek.
Yeah, never know. And then that actually would, yeah. I mean, remember, for some weird reason, aliens can now infiltrate the TARDIS. Not explained either, but there you go. So maybe the Daleks do find a way into the TARDIS, do shoot her, then she does regenerate. But sorry, Chris Chibnall, but Jodie Whittaker's stylist is just at the ruin for you now.
Yeah, exactly.
She's in Series 13. So if you were going to do that, you want to change it up now, mate. See, this is a shit show. This is a complete mess, the whole lot. It's been a complete mess from the start to the finish.
It's pure dog's diarrhea, isn't it? Like,
no, but I just thought, no, mate, it's even better. Jodie, in interviews ages ago, was talking about Series 13, so he's really mucked this up if he thought he could try and do a fake out at the end.
Unless she really is. And then if she really is, I think everybody's Christmases will come. But, you know, look, she's in Series 13. Her stylist is confirmed. As far as I'm concerned, that's confirmation because it is her stylist. She talked to him. You know, he'd have no reason to lie. It's irresponsible if they were trying to keep it a secret. He's just let the cat out of the bag. But she's in Series 13. So we can safely assume that if there is a regeneration scene in this festive special, it's a fake one. And then it just goes to show you, as Charlotte said, he's just a big copycat, has no original ideas. He basically, what do they call it? It's not even reverse engineer because he's not that good. But he just gets their stuff. He thinks he can flip things here and there and make it his own thing. And when people are watching it, it's reminding them of Moffat episodes and RTD episodes. And then episodes are actually trending because people are saying, well, this is how you do it. Or
Yeah, that was hilarious when
Yeah. So
Vincent and the Doctor was trending because of his awful handling of mental health.
yeah, it's unbelievable. As I said, it's been a complete mess from start to finish, from the casting to the hiring of Chris Chibnall to Pierce Wenger coming out saying the stuff that he done and all that other rubbish that we've had for the past 3 years. And where's it got us? Well, 57 years now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here,
57.
guys, I need to jump off here, but it's
Right.
been chat these, and I'll hopefully might be about later on in the week.
Yeah, no bother. Listen, we're back. We'll be back. We're doing Star Wars all this weekend, as you know, but we're back on Wednesday then with all the normal streams again. So
I was going to say, are we doing anything tomorrow?
yeah, we're gonna do the God Complex and Heaven Sent as planned.
So we're doing those watch-alongs. So if people in the chat, if they want to know, we are back tomorrow night.
And some PD Rich was asking in the chat earlier if Marty had a channel yet.
No,
not yet.
come on, Bertie. What's going on, mate?
University, my friend. University is very, very busy.
Listen, you need to get setting it up now. This be the right time for you to set up your channel, man. With the special coming up, this is the perfect time.
I know, just to blitz it, I must actually get on and start. I know how to set it up and all, but it's of getting the time to do it. And
I know that, but listen, once you even put one video up for the time being to keep your channel active, we'll get people to actively subscribe to you, so you can build up your audience, and then by the time you have your second or third video up, you'll have enough people watching. Then we can get your watch hours up. See, because we have to get your watch hours up as well.
Yeah. But
So
I'll definitely. I need to take time now to hopefully. Well, I finish university now soon. I finish I think it's the first week of December. I finish for Christmas, so hopefully I'll take the time then.
Yeah, you could be busy with your online. We're all going to be doing online Christmas shopping this year.
Yeah. So
I don't see the shops opening, because if they are, you'll have police at every bleeding stand stopping you from picking up balls or picking up your tampons.
for all of the tampons, boys, I'll have to get them.
I could kind of understand it, right? Because they want people to go to chemists, they want people to go to supermarkets and stuff like that. But if a supermarket sells the stuff all in the one place, right? Let them buy it all in the one fucking place, these morons.
Yeah.
I can understand it to a certain extent, because they're trying to spread out the business, so all the businesses don't, so they want people to go to chemists to get female hygiene stuff instead of going to Tesco for it, right? I can understand it to a certain point of view, but to put up yokes and to have police actually there and security actually there to stop people from physically grabbing these things off the shelves is an absolute disgrace. I think we've lost the plot with this whole bloody thing. If you have a mask on, what's the fucking harm? Right?
Yeah.
It's to wear masks in these shops. So if people are wearing masks, let them get their bleeding female hygiene. How dare you do that to women anyway? Right? Just not what you do to us guys, but to do that to women that actually need them. Right? They need these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love the fact that it's
Sure,
Noel saying this and not me.
off. I'll speak to you later.
Take care, Marty.
And I'll keep pounding you about that YouTube channel.
Oh, you keep up, mate.
We will, until he gets one. PD Rich, we will make sure we'll keep on him. Listen, Marty, you enjoyed your weekend, right? And hopefully we'll see you over the weekend, and we'll definitely talk to you next week.
No bother. Chat to you, Zale.
I'll see you later.
Good luck.
Bye.
And just very quickly, Emma, don't worry, love. Noel won't mention anything to do with you with that Instagram when he does a video. God love you.
No. That's not how.
He was just a bit worried. I'm just making sure she knows.
All I'm just gonna do is I'll even tell you what I'm going to say. Jodie Whittaker's hairstylist confirms season 3 of Jodie Whittaker's era to begin filming soon. That's it. That's all I'm
I'm so happy.
Yay! Yay! Right, let's all have let's sing. Celebrate good
times, come on.
Everybody's feeling sad.
So some good news today to highlight and to celebrate.
Let's see if there is some good news.
There is some good news.
Good news.
The head honcho of the anti-Semitic movement within the UK has been ousted from the Labour Party. Yes, Jeremy Corbyn is now on suspension from the Labour Party over the allegations, which is now being confirmed that he was anti-Semitic. So to all those wonderful people who supported him over the years, and who don't seem to understand what anti-Semitism means and are quite quick to defend themselves from those accusations, maybe you need to understand a little bit clearer, because clearly your favourite leader didn't.
I'm writing you about something in the private chat.
And by the way, the certain Twitter person accused Rabbi of having not Yahtzee friends.
Yeah, I'm sending you in the private chat. Sending you in the private.
Right. What a very culturally insensitive thing to actually say about a Jewish person, to say that they are mixing with friends who are from the bad people from the 1930s in Germany. I mean, what an absolutely outrageous statement.
Yeah, but listen, that YouTuber in question only punches down.
That Twitter user.
He doesn't punch up because he's a little chicken.
No. This was the fat BLM one.
The one that. Yeah, what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I don't want to get into that again. I think I made me point on that. But yeah, if you think that my wife is that sick, as I said, there's something definitely. These people are mentally unstable anyway. Did you see the video I put up of your woman having a breakdown in the car? Another leftist weirdo giving out. These people are unhinged. One was going through a Trump rally, and because people shouted at her, she did a half-an-hour video where she's crying and ranting and raving and kicking.
It's deranged. That's deranged. Get over it, God.
Hanging their heads and everything. What is going on?
I know.
You know what? We've got some sensible women on this channel. Thanks be to God, we know all the sensible ones, but there's some crazy women out there. Listen though. If there's any of you J-bot males that are looking for a woman, she's right up in your alleyway. She's a left, like what yous are. Nazi, just like what yous are. You don't tolerate other people's opinions, just like that person does.
Yeah, I've given the definition of bigot, and I think that really does seem to smack true of certain elements within Twitter who claim to be on the right side of history.
They should set up a dating site called Karen's. Right?
Karens are us.
That's what they should do, right? And all of those videos.
Seeking male feminist who doesn't want to touch me.
Put them up on that platform then, right? And say, right, if you're looking for the perfect Karen, here is a selection of Karens we think you may like, right? And then just highlight all their videos where they're losing their shit and go ahead.
Yeah, she's a keeper.
Because I tell you, these blokes that are on the wrong side of history, they're all dickless pieces of crap. You just can't get a real woman, so you might get a Karen.
All I'm gonna say is I know some of my friends who, if any male says, "Oh, I'm a feminist," they're like, "Okay, I'm not going near you," and I'm part of that group. I'm just like, "Okay."
I roll.
No, but do you know why they say that? They say that they're a male feminist because they think that that'll get them laid, right?
Yeah.
They think because these women can't stand them. These women crush them with their bare hands, right? These women are insane. They don't realize that they're on the wrong side of the history and they're being used. But again, I'm ashamed of my male, not species is the wrong word. Male.
I'm sorry, mate, you're ashamed. I technically share a gender with these people.
My gender, I am. I'm ashamed of my gender because I see blokes that I've looked up to all my life on Twitter and stuff, in movies and TV shows and stuff like this, come out with all of this, and it's disappointed me. Really has. What happened, you all? Are you all that scared that you have a past, something dodgy in your past that you feel like you have to come out? Listen for a minute, right? Everybody has a past, right? But I'm not going to compromise on what I believe or what my opinions are because of a certain group of people. Listen, the left is getting crushed on November 4th anyway, right? When Donald Trump gets re-elected, they're going to lose their shit. If you think the women are bad, when you see the blokes videos that you're going to see, they're all going to be crying, America at the end of the world. They said
yeah, and like I said, many women of my thinking will look at that and go, thank you, that's somebody on a list, I'm not going there.
We're still here. We haven't had any wars.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You know, they claim that Trump is creating a fascist state and all the rest. Well, I mean, if that were true, none of you people would have a voice. You'd all be shot in the back of the head. It hasn't happened.
Exactly, and not only that, I think James Wood came up with a great one. What was it? Oh, I had it in my head, and then you talk. Hate when you do that. I do it to you.
So you know how I feel.
Yeah. What was I going to say?
My grandmother always said, if you can't remember it, can't be that important.
It was actually funny. It was actually something hilarious. I don't see you have to doing it again.
So hilarious, you forgot what it was.
Yeah, well, it was something about Biden anyway.
Oh, that's just hilarious in itself.
What was it? It'll come back to me anyway. But listen, they're gonna lose the shit anyway, right? This is what he said. So he turned around and says that someone should ring up Obama and get his Nobel Peace Prize off him and give it to Donald Trump. And I think James Wood.
Oh, right.
Now,
yeah, Trump has been nominated like twice now for it.
Yeah, right.
I agree with that because President Obama wasn't the president of peace. If anybody knows his
how many kids did he bomb in his during his presidency, where he was at war for the entirety of his presidency?
Wasn't it every day?
Every day, and he personally ordered the bombing of all these places with children in.
Crimes actually went up under his administration.
Yeah,
it gets banned. Oh no, it's Trump's fault. You have no logic. You're going to be beaten November 4th. The world is not going to end. And finally, we're going to shut all you crazies up. Actually, we're not. We're going to make his worse, unfortunately. But you know what? He's could scream and bitch for another 4 years. He's not going to change it. He's in for another 4 years. So get over yourselves. Why not actually do what you all said you would do? You all said that you would leave America and leave and go somewhere else.
Don't come here.
Why don't you actually do the American people a favor and actually do that? Go and find some island somewhere.
Go and live in North Korea or something.
Or go to North Korea. Yeah, North Korea. Yeah,
you'll love it. You'll love it there.
Yeah,
it's great. It's great. So good.
Then you'll know what it's like to be persecuted. Then you will know what it's like to have no freedoms. You haven't got a clue what you are talking about. You are one of the bloody youngest countries out there, and you have a lot of bloody freedoms, the people, right? A lot of all this nonsense. 800 years, right? When you do 800 years, come back to me, right? Right? When you do 800 years, come back to me. Until then, shut the fuck up, right? Right, that's what I say to you. And by the way, you want to sort out racism, pulling down statues, right? Creating these fascist fucking movements is not the way to do it. And then to use people that I would say are questionable, that you're using their deaths to further this organization. I don't care what anybody says, right? George Floyd was a criminal. He had a criminal record. Right, the next person that they martyred also did something wrong, didn't do what the police told them to do, but yet they spun it and made it.
They're just using these as an excuse to power grab. They don't care about
this. By the way, the heads of these movements have been exposed themselves as bigots, right? And some of them, even if I'm correct in saying I've seen something that some of them had something on their laptop concerning child porn. But no, that doesn't get talked about in the media, does it? No, the Orange Man's bad. We have to get rid of
Chris Lawley in the chat says Orwell was a good writer. I would caveat that with saying Huxley was better.
And I would caveat that by saying the both of you are crazy. Right?
Why?
Because the best writer of all time was James Joyce.
I thought he was going to say Britney Spears. Has she written a biography on it?
Oh, did she do a biography?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't care.
She
Don't
does
get you on that track.
If anybody wants to buy me Britney Spears biography, you know.
You learn something new every day about Noel.
Right.
That's old news, man. Me and Ballstrick are actually Britney Spears fans.
It was toe curling, Charlotte. Really toe curling.
Yeah.
And they still believe that she's better than Janet Jackson. I'm just like, you invented that whole fucking shtick.
No, I didn't say she was better than Janet Jackson.
Yes,
Janet Jackson didn't have the career that you think she had. Well, Janet Jackson's career was crap. Right? And if you do compare careers, if you want to compare careers, compared to Janet Jackson, Britney Spears wipes the floor with her, right? Record sales wise, right? Right? Britney is the woman, right? The only one that beats Britney is Madonna. But
quality over quantity. That's all I'll say.
Madonna, but when I say Madonna now, I have to make it clear. Madonna had her heyday during the 80s and the 90s. And she had a couple of good songs in the early 2000s.
She was great in the 90s. That's the only time I liked her.
Then she decided that she didn't want to grow old anymore and she wanted to hang around with 20-year-olds, marry them and stuff. Her latest boyfriend's 25. She put up a photograph yesterday or something. And they say that one person that never gets younger is Madonna. Yeah, well, plastic surgery does help. If you look at her latest photograph, she actually looks desperate. I wish people will tell that woman to just grow old gracefully. Do your music. We still love your music, but grow old gracefully.
The music's terrible now.
Have you heard her sing lately?
No, it's just
she did
auto-tuned.
Eurovision. Was it like 2 years ago?
Live? That was embarrassing. And do you know what they did? Do you know what they did? They uploaded the performance on YouTube. No. They uploaded that entire performance on YouTube. And what did they do?
What?
They auto-tuned it because it was so bad.
Yeah,
it was so
my
bad.
mum loves it. So we were all watching Eurovision. We went, oh, there's Madonna. And she started singing. And even my dad went, why'd they let her sing?
That's what I mean, because the Eurovision, right? Because the Eurovision is
everyone on Eurovision.
As you know, Eurovision is supposed to be amateur songwriters and amateur singers. But lately, they've over the years they've let the odd professional band in, even in the old days. But with Madonna coming on, it actually highlighted that the Eurovision is better than we actually all think. Because the people that sang before her, even the ones that were singing in their own language, were singing better than Madonna, right? Now, she keeps blaming this, that, and the other on the performance. But at the end of the day, if you're doing Eurovision, you know that's watched by millions of people, Madonna. That's the biggest audience. I don't care what you say. That's the biggest television audience you're going to have ever. You're going to put on the best show that you can. And even if you have to auto-tune that shit to fool people, do an auto-tune live performance and mime the fucking thing, I don't care. You give the best performance that you give. But when you come on, you crow like a bunch of crows. Seriously, my wife can't sing, but can sing better than Madonna now.
Well, I think it considering her performance was so heavily laden with political messaging, it got completely lost. Anything she was trying to achieve with her political performance was totally forgotten about, and everyone was talking about the fact she wasn't singing.
Let's be honest, Madonna's always been kind of like that. So now that even though she's still doing it now, I don't have a problem. Listen, I don't have a problem with actors or actresses that have always been political throughout their whole acting career, right? Or singers, right? There are some out there. Look at Bono, for example. He's a twat. Bob Geldof is another one. Both happen to be Irish, by the way, but one lives in Ireland and the other one decided to be a Brit. So you can keep him. But even you don't like Bob Geldof, so I don't know what we're going to do with him. I would think we should just build a house in the middle of the ocean, the channel.
We're ruining on an island.
And just whack him right there in the middle so none of us have to take responsibility for him ever again. And we're sorry, people of Africa, that you didn't get all your money that was promised, but they had to line that back pocket.
Yeah, but Geldof, he certainly made a fair bit of cash, and so did Bono with his one organization, where I think he gave away literally 1%.
Yeah, Bono, you laugh, right? 3 Christmases ago, I think it was. Now we have a homeless crisis, as you know, like most countries that suffered with this. With the crisis that we had, the banking crisis, and then the collapse of everything. So he decided that, you know, the way he goes around, he preaches telling world leaders, let's forgive world debt and all of this crap. And he got it, fair play to him, he got it done. You have to give credit where credit is due, even though he's a twunk. But yeah, he decided that he was going to do something for the homeless here. So what does he do? Right now, this is a multi-millionaire. He has a couple of hotels in Dublin. He decides to go out on the streets of Dublin, make sure that there's a shitload of photographers with him, grabs his guitar and does an unplugged song.
Wow.
And that's what he did for the homeless.
Right. Didn't give them free rooms in the hotel then?
Oh, we're finishing up now anyway, Charlotte, but you're going to...
I was going to say I need to go and jump.
Well, I'll tell you what to do. Give Daniel's channel or your channel a shout out there before you do go.
Yes, so Daniel next will be doing a stream with Blue about a very funny and terrible big finish, so if you want to laugh. And then me, Daniel and Dave are doing the third episode of Beware's Audio the week afterwards. So, and I'll pop up whenever and whenever.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So go sub to Daniel's channel.
Night, everybody.
Night, Charlotte.
To have you on board again, the Tardis Zone. Emma says, I love this channel. Keep up the good work. Never give up. Never give it away. You always cheer me up.
Bless you.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad you got to make up your own mind about me instead of, listening to a mob out there. Unfortunately, a lot have still believe half of the stuff. If they had half a brain like you, Emma, I think I'd be doing very well in this fandom, to be quite honest with you. I wouldn't be getting half of the crap that I'm getting. But thank you for that. Your words are always great. And listen, thanks for alerting us to all that. And don't worry, when I do my video, you will not be mentioned whatsoever. So yeah. But Bono is an idiot, yeah. Back to Bono because someone mentioned him again. Don't mention Bono, man. He's as bad as that bleeding Geldof fella.
Oh God, yeah.
And I don't like Geldof. Don't get me wrong. Live Aid was a good idea if I truly believed. And all the artists that took part, I'm not slating them. Right? This was Geldof's idea. He's the one that put this all together along with, what's his name? His pal. Right? There was a couple of Geldof's pals. And he got all these artists to do it. And Queen, as you know, gave probably one of the most iconic performances at a Live Aid. Or Band Aid, whatever they called it. Was it a Live Aid or Band Aid?
Live Aid. Band Aid was
Live Aid. Yeah. And it was brilliant. I mean, that if you haven't seen that Freddie Mercury Queen set on that, you should check it out.
It's legendary.
It is oh man. And it's
and
the Bohemian Rhapsody that I liked, the movie, is they actually got that part spot on. And it's a legendary performance. It gives you goosebumps even to this day. But the whole of that Live Aid was brilliant. You had Genesis as well. Oh no, was it Phil Collins or was it Genesis? I think he came on his boat. I think he did one of them himself and then did one or was he still in Genesis? I forget. But I know Phil Collins was part of it. David Bowie. Yeah, it was brilliant, man. But again, right, here's the thing. This Live Aid thing didn't stop after that. Money was still getting pumped into that over the years, even up until now, still. So here's a question for you all. Right? If they've pumped in billions now at this stage, which they have, right, into this Live Aid Foundation, why is there still poverty in Africa? Why is there no running water? Why is there no schools being built? Akon, you know that rapper from America, Akon? He's went over and built bloody schools. He's went over and built wells, got running water. He's built schools. Where's Bob Geldof? Why isn't he over there seeing where all of this money is going? And why isn't he there to open up all of these different places? It is his baby after all. He's the one that wants to save them all. I mean, we seen that footage. We seen that footage. It did. We all saw it, even as kids. That image of that kid, the way he looked, so skinny from being malnourished. Those images haunt you for the rest of your life. So what's happening? Why is there still poverty? Why is there still famine in some parts of that country if billions has been pumped into this live aid?
And what they don't show you is all the cities in Africa, you know, that the Chinese have built and all the rest of it. Look, China is it's a terrible country when it comes to doing business deals with Africa, because what they do is they come in, they buy up all this land, they churn out all the materials with like gold and all the rest of it, and then once they've got all they want, they pack up and leave. And like the infrastructure is just left to crumble. So they don't care.
They don't. So I mean, where's this money? Come on.
And you got all the warlords as well who, you know, get hold of the money and keep it for themselves.
And then corrupt government officials. And then let's be honest, as I think myself, you know, Bob Geldof didn't get rich off his music. That's all I'll say. You know, music, if you listen to the Boomtown Rats, they have like literally 3 songs that are decent and the rest is right, and the rest is rubbish. So he's not making money off royalties, right? He's not a multi-millionaire because of royalties. People need to open their eyes here, right? There's something definitely done. And then he pipes up again.
Bob Geldof.
And he decided to pipe up again. Shut up, you're Irish, you fucking twat.
Well, he got his gong at the end, didn't he? He got Sir Bob Geldof.
Yeah, and he uses it, but Bono turned his down.
At least he did that. At least.
And I'll give Bono credit for that. At least
so did David Bowie. He turned it down too.
Yeah, at least he had the decency to turn it down. Yeah, because true artists like Bono, like David Bowie, know what that is, right? It's a load of my arse, right? It means absolutely nothing. The only thing is then if you do get a Sir or a Dame or whatever it is in your name, then all of a sudden you're all over fucking TV then. We don't see the end of you then. Just take your bleeding knighthood or whatever it is, your OBE, and feck off. Right? Nobody cares what you did. Right? People that get those should be getting it for worthwhile, not for sport achievements or whatever.
It shouldn't go to celebrities. It should go to everyday people.
It should. Everyday normal people, nurses, doctors, people like that right now who we depend on. They're the ones that should be all getting all of these feckin' recognition. Even what's his name? When Captain Tom, he was even reckoned. That was right. For what I was like, yeah, that's one person that deserves to be on that honours list. And about bloody time too. Took them long enough to bleed and decide anyway. But what that man has done, whether you agree with it or not, or where the money goes or at, and he still went and he did that and he raised all of that money. 36 million now or something. 36 million. Soldier, a veteran from World War One, made a show of most. Yep. Let's be honest. Put us all to shame. Well, put most of the people are acting ridiculous to shame. Most of us are saying, but he put a lot of people to shame. And that's the best of your country right there. Right? So when these idiots are pulling down statues and stuff, you know, obvious are so forget. Yes, she's had an empire. Empire did bad things. Of course, she did. Right? Not every empire out there or was clean. Right? We all have a past, including the Irish. We have a past. Right? But we moved on. But when you pull down statues of war heroes, right, of World War One and stuff, or you say they need to be pulled down, you're disrespecting people like Tom.
They attacked the senator for crying out loud. The senator. I mean, it blows my mind. I mean, those people fought against fascism and tyranny. I know.
Fought for your freedom to do what you want to do, and you've decided to use it to be a twat, to destroy everything that happened in the past. The past is the past. It's the past for a reason. Right? We learn from our mistakes and we move on. You don't have to, you're rehashing the past because you think we all need to be taught lessons. We have learned those lessons and moved on, but for some weird reason, you people on the left don't get that and still think that we need to suffer and need to pay for all of these things in the past. I'm not responsible for slavery. Right? Neither is me family. Okay, why should I be bleeding? I said this, and I mean this, and I never will. And it actually disgusts me when I see people that I'll never take a knee. Never take a knee and put me hand up in the air like some fascist. Never. Right? Cop on to ourselves, right? You want to help black people, well then you tell the government, put laws in place to make sure your police force is right. You do the things that you need to do. Pulling down statues, burning churches, breaking shop. You know what? Even in America, like they're even smashing up African American businesses. Like,
and murdering black
they claim to be horrified for, seem to be worried about. Yes, aren't just a bunch of fucking hooligans. Go home.
It's Marxism. I mean, they don't care about these groups. They just use them in order to grab power. That's it. You know, there's no debate. That's the fact.
Let the leaders of the African American community come together, along with the politicians and whoever else they need to, sit around the table and do what they used to do in the old days.
And you know, the rapper Ice Cube has been criticized for going to work with Trump on sorting out and trying to achieve some kind of equity for the black community, and he got criticized. He went to both candidates. He went to Biden and to Trump, and Biden's camp said we'll talk after the election, which means nah, not interested. And Trump said, Trump's people said, let's talk about it, let's do something.
Who was attacked for being a Christian? What was that actor, the fella that plays Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy? Chris Pratt. He was attacked as well because he hasn't come out and given an opinion. So apparently because
Gal Gadot, Gina Carano.
Yeah.
It never ends. It never ends. These people are being attacked simply for not saying anything. Silence is violence, and then words are violence. It's like you can't win either way. It's ridiculous.
I don't think November 4th they realise, you've been harassing these people for so long. When November 4th happens, and as I said, the Teflon Don is re-elected, you are going to be in a bit of a shit situation. Use people that have been engaging in this stuff for the last 3 years, doxing people. Imagine listen, it's gotten that bad that people have doxed nuns. People have you know, we've seen. Look, Twitter. Listen, if you want to know what's going on with the left, Twitter is the best place for it because they're all crazy on that. Sometimes I question
if they lose elections. If they lose elections, it's because of their behavior. It's their behavior. No one else's. It's what you're doing.
Well, they'll blame, and then they'll turn it again. They'll flip it again and say, America is all racist. America isn't racist.
Oh, Daniel's in the chat. He says, sorry, I'm late. No, I was watching the game. Surprise.
Just win.
And then I was prepping for Monday stream. Happy anniversary to you and to Cheryl. There you go.
Oh yeah, we got some Alpha Omega with a $10 super chat to go along with Liz earlier on. So some more anniversary money. Thank you very much.
Oh. Teddy.
Birthday. Yeah, Teddy is here with me. Hey, Teddy. Would you like to say hello to everybody? Say hello. Say hello. You getting all excited? How are you? I wish you could all see him.
Oh, bless him.
Did the fireworks get to you? I'm finishing up now and I'm going to come out now and sit with you and Mammy. Right? So, yeah, we're going to listen because I'm streaming again tomorrow, as you know. So, we're going to do the watch along. So, we have the God Complex and we're doing Heaven Sent. And if we feel like it, because we'll see how it goes tomorrow. If we feel like it, we might stick another story in there as well. We'll see how it goes, as I said. But, yeah. I can't wait to watch the God Complex, actually. I would have loved to watch the Dollhouse one as well, though. Night Terrors. I wanted to watch that one as well because that's a spook. That's a real freaky one.
Well, you maybe can fit that in as well.
Yeah, we'll see. But listen, Lee, I'm going to let you do your little shout-outs. And as you seen at the start of the stream, I showed you what was coming next week. I played all the trailers. So I played them in order. So when the shows all start. And Lee is still working on that trailer for What's the Crack. So we will feature a new trailer at some stage in the next few weeks. He's been very busy. So, you know, he's paid work takes precedent over whatever he's doing for me. So we be patient for a little bit longer. But he has been working on it, as you know, because he has said so. He's sorted out a few little issues, so I can't wait to see that either. But we do have the Tardis Zones shows all back next week. So we will have Classic Who, New Who will be back to Tardis Zone Talks, What's the Crack on my channel Wednesday. And on top of all of that, I'm going to be on Rabbi's channel as well. Lee is going to be here. Rabbi is going to be here. We're going to have loads of guests. It's going to be great, isn't it, Lee? We're actually going to... And on top of all that, this weekend, we finish off the Star Wars trilogy. And, and myself and Lee then sometime next week, we have to squeeze in the Mandalorian season 1 review with Rabbi as well. So get because we have to get that done next week as well.
Yeah, because it's series 2 starting, isn't it?
Series 2 starts next week, isn't it, or the week after? So we're getting close to suited. So I want to have that season 1 review done before season 2 kicks in. So we're going to do that next week as well. Now I'm done. I'm going to leave Lee now to tell you what he has going on his channel, or whatever else he's got, whoever streams he's going to appear. You never know where, Lee.
I don't know either, quite honestly.
He, as he says, he whores himself out. So
I'm a hooer. I'm a filthy hooer.
So in fairness there now, guys, if you want our leader to appear on your stream, give him, you can find him here on the Tardis Zone, nearly every day of the week. You know what I mean? So you come here and you will find Lee, and if you want him to appear on your stream, then you ask him. It's as simple as that. He's very easy to approach. He's one of these guys, you can just say to him, Lee, do you want to come on my stream? He'll go, yeah, I'll come on your stream. And then it's done. You know what I mean? Okay. So,
right.
So add everybody. Yeah. And don't forget to like, share, subscribe on this video as well. And thank you, everybody, for the super chats, including my co-host for tonight, Lee. It's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it, pal.
Just treat you out to something nice.
I will indeed. I will. Do you know what I might do, lads? I might get her a couple of bottles of wine and see if she falls off the bed again.
Yeah, I remember that. That was great.
That was funny, though. Yeah, that was a good old day. See, that's when everything was funny. But listen, if you still want Lee to appear on these streams, all joking aside, he is available. And of course, I'm available as well, by the way. If you want me to come on, especially after I finish my streams, because I do stay up most of the night. So if some of you do nighttime streams or early morning streams,
American streams.
Yeah, American streams mostly. I'm saying this mostly to me American friends. If you want me to appear, I'm free on the days that I stream anyway. The wife goes to bed. Once I keep it down, we're all good. So yeah, I'll just put that out there. But don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and definitely hit that like button. Yeah. Or if you don't like what we had to say, you can go ahead. I mean, 17 of you took the time, 19 of you took the time to dislike a Star Wars stream. I mean, even though I'm not a fan of Star Wars, but I'd still give a Star Wars. For God's sake. You really that bad, you hate me that much.
Oh, bless.
Do you know what the funny thing was? No, it's not funny. It
was a big you got quite a hefty view count on that, like in less than an hour. Like, I mean, after it ended, I mean, it had like hundreds of views.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Which means that a lot of people watched it after the fact and enjoyed it. By the way, just to let you know, it's not monetized. Just like me last 2 watch-alongs are not monetized either. YouTube has deemed it fit that none of my classic, me New Who, and the Star Wars stream is eligible for monetization.
There you go.
Now, I don't know.
Integrity clearly doesn't have a price.
Now, I don't know why I'm being targeted like that. The only thing is, people have said, well, maybe it's because you curse, but what you don't realize is after the stream goes up, when I monetize that, the first thing that comes up is there any bad language in it, and there's a profanity button. and I press that profanity button. So then when you press that profanity button, then it says it's suitable for ads. Then when I put that stream back, when I put that up, then it says it takes 20 minutes. Yeah. For me, it takes nearly 2 or 3 days if I'm lucky. Right. Now, I've noticed though, if I download the streams that I've done and re-upload them and then ask them to check, then they pass them. So there's something wrong with the system somewhere. So when I leave it up and I change it, they're telling me that it's not suitable. But when I download it and re-upload it again, it's suitable for ads. So there's a flaw in the system somewhere in YouTube, or they're deliberately targeting me and they're not doing their job properly, because the first person that obviously reviews my video is not passing it, but the second person that does it is passing it. So there's something, and it's not just happening to me, by the way. It's happening to I think Random Mecca put up. She was experiencing the same thing. Also, the same with subs. Our subs keep jumping up and then they go down, jump back up again. They're tinkering with the subs as well. They're tinkering with the algorithm. They're just, YouTube is just, listen, YouTube forget, and I said this a few weeks back, they forget who created this platform.
It's YouTube for a reason.
And Chris, everybody now is that's a little extra for the anniversary. Love, we've hit the jackpot. Money messing. Look, I'll get the
no, they're gonna have an anniversary every week.
Listen, love, I got you flowers because I couldn't afford you anything because they took me money at me, but now I can get you something. That's the one thing the government actually took, because it's under appeal now, so I have to wait now. And it says it could take up to 6 weeks, so I mightn't even have any money for Christmas. It's that bad, actually. We've only got Cheryl's money to live on. That's not much at the moment, but we've handled it well so far, so we're doing okay. And I have to say, if YouTube would stop dicking with me, I'd be actually making a lot more money on the YouTube channel, and that would actually get us by, believe it or not. But they have to be dicks, and I don't want to keep. Listen, as Lee said, that Star Wars stream did well. I don't want to have to download that stream to re-upload it and lose all those viewers. Why should I have to do that? YouTube, listen, YouTube is immoral. They've lost their moral compass. They forgot who actually made them who they are. It's in their name. It's YouTube, as Lee has rightly pointed out. It was people that wanted to do something and upload personal videos, and it became a thing. And
they're shooting themselves in their own foot anyway, because if you're making money, they're making money.
Exactly. That's the thing. They're making money out. Make sure they take, 25%? No, what's it? No, I get 60% or something. No, I get 55%, or they get 40%, or something like that.
Outrageous.
I don't know what it is. You can Google it. I think it's slightly less. I don't know, but they do take. So even with those €10, they take a percentage out of them. I don't get that whole 10 quid. So it doesn't matter though. I mean, that's not the listen, I wouldn't be like, you know me, it's not about making money. But once I got monetized, I was saying, well, heck, why not? It's a hobby and I can actually make money off it. And listen, it's become more than a hobby now. This is a fucking full-time bleeding job now. Like, I've nothing else to do. I'm under lockdown, so this is me full-time bleeding job, you know? And I can't go out and work because they won't let me work. And I've no money, and they want to take money off me. It's fucking, do you know what? It's why the computer's falling apart. Everything's. I don't know. People have offered me free stuff, but I won't take it. I won't take it. Someone offered me the exact same laptop in black. I won't take it off it. And it's a lovely offer and all, but I wouldn't do that. No. I like to buy my own stuff, and I like to kind of earn that myself. So, by working on this channel, and if people like Lee has and others, Alpha Omega and Chris, and all you other guys that have given super chats, you do that. That's how I'll get it, because I've earned it, because I'm doing my work on the channel. So I'll buy the equipment out of that. So I'm using the money essentially that you guys give me to improve my situation here with equipment, which, trust me, I do need a new mic. My camera is gone to shit. Actually, if you see me here now, I look like Jesus.
I've seen it, people. It's unreal. It's unreal.
I haven't cut my hair since the lockdown started.
I had to cut my own.
What's the hairy person again in the Addams Family again?
Cousin It.
Yeah, cousin It. Right. Well, I'm cousin It right now. You can't even see me face anymore.
It's gone all emo.
I have. I've gone emo.
It's so emotional. So emotional.
Yes. Someone says they'd give me their last Rolo. No, you keep your last Rolo. You never share your last Rolo. I remember those ads. That ad used to, don't share your last Rolo.
God, I remember.
Rolos are lovely. I haven't had a Rolo in a while.
I used to love them, but I can't buy them now because they're Nestle, and I refuse to buy Nestle.
I know, same here. And I wouldn't even mind. I don't know. It's because I'm an adult now, but it seems like all the sweets that I used to love, even in my mid-20s, now I eat them and they just taste of sugar now. I think we taste.
Oh, there's less cocoa content.
Yeah. Right. We've talked shy for the last 20 minutes there. We were supposed to go, but we're going to go. But Lee does have to give his channel. See, we did start off by and we talked for another 20 minutes. But there you go. We don't even you guys, we don't. We have normal conversations on this channel sometimes as well. And I'm actually amazed that people like listening to conversations like this. But then I see you all having a laugh.
People watch Gogglebox. I mean,
yeah, exactly. We sit there watching people watching TV while we're watching TV. It's great. Well, go ahead anyway. I'll let you do your shout outs there, Pat.
Okay, you can, if you're looking for some CGI work or rebranding of your channel, graphic stuff, whatever you want. I'm still learning my way through the 3D stuff with Blender. As you can see from the trailers I've done for
a little taster of some of your work. Which trailer would you like me to play?
Well, I'm quite fond of my new Who one.
Right. Well, this is his latest one, actually. Yeah, this was the latest one that he put together. And I have to be honest, I watched this on YouTube again last night, and I didn't realize, right, because I have to have it at a certain definition point, high quality on mine, or skips. But I managed to watch it on the highest version that I could of res, and it blew me away. Oh my God. Peter Capaldi's yoke right at the end. Not that what he says, but his title sequence, the clocks.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the way you blended that in. Oh my God, I love the way you did the whole lot. Like, I mean, when I asked you to do it and I didn't explain it properly, but Cheryl explained it, and you said, leave it with me, I'll see what I could do, but you were still kind of hesitant. And then you come along and you pulled this out of the, well, he hit it out of the park, as they would say, on a baseball field. I don't know. Do you call it baseball?
Yeah. Pitch, I think.
Right, here we go. Here's his latest trailer. So this will give you an idea. If you're Doctor Who now, this is give you an idea of what the Doctor Who stuff. But he can do other stuff as well. Some wise words from the Doctor there, and that's just a brief look at what he can do. So, Lee, tell them where your channel is and where you can find all of these trailers and your other stuff.
You can find me on YouTube under the name Audred Audiovisual. So that's Audred, Audred, which was my grandmother's middle name, which is unusual. It's not Audrey, it's Audred, which is an Anglo-Saxon name for a king. So I thought it was very unusual, and I wanted to remember her that way. So you can find me there. If you want to find me on Twitter, you can find me under the Temple of the Golden Asda, which is my alternative account, because that's all I've had. And I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to as from Hill versus Babyface. I've had to co-opt it into my crusade against the crazy people on Twitter who want to try and target people and then deny it's happening. So I'd like to get that out the way. But
yeah, and I forgot to bring something up, and I just want to bring this up briefly, real quick, because I have to finish, because I haven't even had anything to eat, and I'm leaving straight after this stream because I want to watch a bit of after Cheryl goes to bed. I'm gonna watch a little bit more, maybe, of Blake 7, because I haven't watched it in a couple of days. But apparently BBC, I seen something on this last night actually. So new BBC social media guidelines are published. So there's a ban on virtual signaling, and they actually say that. And no matter how apparently worthy the cause. So it looks like Tim Davie has started what Lee said all we needed to do was give him a bit of patience, see what he's done. But it looks like the first part of this, it's on Twitter, it's on the Press Gazette, if you want to go and check it out. What I'll do for you guys that are on YouTube, I will find it. I will put it on YouTube later. I'll find it and I'll put it on YouTube for you later on. But Lee, it looks like, just briefly, because I am finishing up, but it does look like you were right. You said stay patient, be patient, see what he done. It looks like he's made his first move. So the question I have to ask you is Gary Lineker going to dare?
Of course he is. He can't help himself. Like most zealots, he is absolutely convinced of his morality. He's as sanctimonious as the worst we've seen. And no doubt he will challenge that, and he's going to use his clout in any way possible. I have no doubt. But I hope that is his arrogance, and that will be his
By the way,
undoing.
the response to this has been from the J-Bot side is, as you'd expect, our favourite Mandasian Cyberman says, virtual signaling. So the BBC now think kindness is wrong. How much
kindness?
Well, listen to this. How much are the idiot anti-SJW idiots paying them? We're not paying them. They're actually
we're not funding your platform.
Yeah, you're the one that's funding them. So if you have a problem with it, why don't you actually get rid of your TV license now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, J-Bots, look at
defund the BBC. There you go.
There you go. There you have a worthy cause now to support. Now they're not doing what they want you what you are telling them to do anymore. So be angry. Go after them.
Well, I'll say to these people, well done for creating the environment where the BBC is now under threat because of your zealotry and your absolute nature that you are somehow morally superior, hence sanctimonious. That you've now brought the BBC into disrepute. Your activism has actually degenerated the BBC. Yeah. It's caused Doctor Who to collapse. And you are to blame. You are to blame. No one else. Nobody else.
By the way, because I have some great researchers out there, I've already been sent the article. So I'll throw it up for you later on for you guys on YouTube that are not necessarily on Twitter or haven't got access to it, which I doubt. I say most of you would, but I'll throw it up anyway for you to have a look, and I'll see if I can choose the right song for it. Or I might just pick a random song because I was able to find me SD card with all of me music. I have over 300 songs. So even some of the old songs that I used to use for the earlier day videos are there. Some of the Doctor Who remixes that I used to use are there. So yeah, so I've got more music now to use, and music that I know is safe to use. Now, when I use some artists that you recognize, I need to make this clear actually. That video doesn't be monetized. So a lot of people say, no, Charles, these articles up and monetize the videos. Well, you are clearly idiots, because if I play a song like Madonna, like say, Who's That Girl, like I did for the Perry video, well then, or the Nicola Bryant video, then you will see that it's not monetized. It doesn't have any ads on it, right? Because I'm using Madonna's song, so they won't let me monetize it because I'm not allowed to make money off other artists' music unless it's copyright free, which you can get a lot of copyright free music, right? So I just wanted to point that out because a lot of people say, well, he's not even putting any effort in Those videos, believe it or not, do, by the way. Okay, there's a lot I have to do to put them on screen. It's not as easy as people look at. My editing skills are limited, right? But what I do is hard enough for me, okay? And I throw them up, and we get the streams as well. I still have people complaining sometimes about the music videos. Listen, you
don't watch it then. I mean, for God's sake, how many years have we heard this from these people? For 3 years. If you don't like it, don't watch it. So, take your own advice. What can I say?
Exactly. Right, I'm going to go. I'm going to leave it with that. So I will put that article up, but it looks like Tim Davie, as Lee did say, all we needed was a bit of patience, but it looks like he has struck. We will see now if Gary Lineker.
Pull your neck in, mate. That's what
that's what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to check Gary Lineker's account now to see if he puts something up, because that man, look, I love him on Match of the Day, but he is a bit of a twat.
A little bit, yeah.
I suppose can't be helped. I do like him. I respect him as what the career he had, and he has done a good job on Match of the Day. But listen, mate, keep your political beliefs and your personal beliefs to yourself. You're not paid to preach.
The BBC used to be impartial. People like you made it political.
Go back to that. Yeah, and you need to go back to that. And maybe then people wouldn't be criticising the fact that you get a big paycheck. They'd actually then say, well, maybe he does deserve because he does such a great job on Match of the Day. But people don't say that. They look at all the stuff that you say on Twitter and then think you're a complete.
Well, it's been a good day. Look, Tim Davie has made his move. Jeremy Corbyn has been suspended from the Labour Party for the anti-Semitism that the Jewish people, like Rabbi, has been going on about for a long time.
Yeah,
and you people supported. So well done, you.
Exactly. And has been targeted. And I just want to say to Rabbi out there, we are always here for you. You know that anyway. We don't need to actually say that to you, but I just want to say it publicly. We are here. We are behind you. And if we are labelled as white supremacists for being your friend, because apparently the two can mix, by the way, it makes no sense what this Twitter account actually said. But there you go. Well, then I gladly embrace it, because I'd rather be what they call me than to be a virtual signaling little twat. So you stick to your beliefs, you stick to what you're saying, and all of this disgusting stuff that has happened to you over the past couple of weeks. I'm glad, you know what, I know I told you the best thing to do would be to stay silent, but you went and you did what you had to do. And in fairness, from what me and Lee have seen so far on Twitter, there seems to be a few people backtracking right now, especially with all of this stuff that they didn't know about what happened to Cheryl. It has come to light as well, has actually added to it now. And I think a lot of people are finally seeing what's going on in this fandom. The disappointing thing for me, though, is that those women out there in the fandom that champion for women.
Yeah, the same people who go, believe all women. Like, probably, if you look back through their Twitter accounts, will probably be saying that during the Kavanaugh thing. Will be like, believe all women! Yeah. Right. And then it comes to Cheryl. Well, maybe she's faking it. Like, wow, unbelievable. It's stunning, the hypocrisy. And they never get it because they're so completely self-unaware.
Yeah. And with that, we're going to leave it there. And it is a happy note. So Series 13 of Doctor Who, according to Jodie Whittaker's stylist, is gearing up and ready to go. On top of that, then we have the news just breaking that Tim Davie has made his first move and has put this. What did they call it? They called it social media guidelines published. But I love it. The ban on virtual signal. It actually says that journalists must use all personal accounts. So they're being told that if they want to do this nonsense, well, then they can't use their official BBC accounts that they have been using, like Gary Lineker. Gary Lineker would now have to set up a new Twitter account without any affiliation to the BBC. But if I'm correct in saying, I don't know if it's different for celebrities, but I don't know how many accounts you're allowed set up. I think you're allowed 2, aren't you? I think, but be very interested to see if these celebrities do presenters do start setting up a second Twitter account. Listen, I don't care once they're not on their main account being talked, because they won't get the same followers. They only get those followers.
But I want to know, more importantly, if they break this guideline now, or if it's like whatever the official policy, however they worded it, what happens to them?
Well,
that's what I want to know.
We'll see, because hopefully this article has it all in it. If it doesn't, I will go and find because BBC would have put it up. I will go to the official BBC thing and I'll read it if I have to. I think we need to come back actually before we do the watch along tomorrow, Lee, to discuss this more in depth. What do you think?
Yeah.
Right. Sure. So we'll be on 7 for the watch along. So myself and Lee will probably be on between 5, 5:30 tomorrow. We will discuss this in a bit more in depth. We will find out what Lee has actually said. What will the consequences be? What are the actual guidelines? See, most importantly, if there's any loopholes that these celebrities can exploit, and maybe actually, present them to Tim Davies, say, well, listen,
the worst of them will come out and start kicking it. They'll form a coalition of some description
and form a coalition. Listen, they're dying
and challenge it. I have no doubt.
They're dying breed. Listen, the left don't even realize it. They lost years ago. They've been just kicking and screaming for the last few years. They already.
It's embarrassing. It's the reason why. I mean, I voted Labour. Like before the last election, I voted Labour, and I have voted Labour apart from once where I voted the Lib Dems, right, to keep the Conservatives out at the time.
So here's the thing now.
They are the reason. These people on Twitter are the reason I red pilled big time, because I saw what was going on.
Yeah.
And I didn't know about Corbyn's anti-Semitism until quite later on. But it really was eye-opening, and the whole identity politics and all the rest of it. Now, being a gay man myself, I can see how I was being used. Not me personally, but my apparently identity, which I don't see it as at all. I think it's ridiculous, but that it was being used politically for this agenda, and I just not in my name. No, I don't want to be related to all of this. It's nonsense, and it's I come from a quite sort of more rationally minded mindset. I'm quite a pragmatist.
Yeah.
And for me, it was so alien and so ridiculous and so patently ridiculous. I couldn't relate to it. I wasn't prepared to chuck myself under the bus along with these people who were clearly politically obsessed to the point of religious orthodoxy. That I just couldn't. I couldn't possibly in good conscience go with that. So no, I walked away. Exactly. I'm not a Tory.
You know what? We will.
But I'm not right wing. But I certainly do find a lot more sanity and decency and intellectual honesty from the right. Yeah. So I do have many friends who are that way inclined, and until the left recovers itself, I'm not going back.
Exactly. And listen, we will pick up on all of this tomorrow, because I know we could go on for another hour here now at this bleeding rate, because Lee has gotten stuck in now, but we're going to have to end there, because seriously, I haven't had it. It's 11:15, and I haven't spent any time with Cheryl today, so I have to. Yeah, I know, but we did go over. I am saying goodbye the last bleeding hour.
Cheryl said, everyone in the chat anyway,
mostly my fault. But I'm gone now, so I'm going to say goodbye to everybody in the chat, the super chats. Chris, head mod, thank you, and all the other mods, thank you very much, and everybody that sent kind messages as well in the chat as well. Some of you were really nice in the chat at the start of the stream when I was talking. Thank you all. I appreciate it, and appreciate all the support. And we will be back for a Doctor Who Halloween special watch along featuring some new Who scary stories, which I can't wait. So, right, I'm off. I'm going to leave you with the titles. Lee put these together as well. So this is something else for you guys that are looking for Lee to do a bit of work you can check out. And I'm going to say goodnight. I will see you tomorrow. Lee, say goodnight.
Oh, good night.
There you go. Right, we're done. See you. Good night.
Yeah.